Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County. At this time, we'll ask for public comment.
Would you like me to read the items first for closed session?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
So the first item on the agenda for closed session is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. Human Resources Director, Board Action. Item 2 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment at this time? Seeing none, then we'll adjourn to closed session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County, or one of our nightly meetings we hold throughout the year. We have a couple of things we want to talk about, but first, Madam Clerk, I believe we have some reporting out to do.
So the report of the closed sessions held before tonight's meeting. Number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. No action was taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. No action was taken.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I understand we may, are we coming through out in the lobby, folks?
They needed the volume up.
Okay, we'll make that adjustment. And while we're doing that, is there any members of the media in the audience? Would you please come up and have a seat? We'll get a chair for you up in the press section, press box. Media. We've got 3 seats right there for you, folks. Okay. At this time, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Popanelli, would you lead us? Before we continue, Supervisor Mills, I believe you have a Memorial Day message for us.
Yes, I just wanted to be sure that we oftentimes forget this, but to thank those people who take care of our cemeteries and our cemetery districts throughout the county. They have done a fabulous job in preparing each one of our cemeteries for Memorial Day celebrations, and oftentimes we don't thank them. We don't appreciate their work. So thank you so much for the volunteers that spent the time to make that happen this year.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. And with that, I'd like everybody to join me just in a brief acknowledgement of Memorial Day weekend and what it really means, and to all the people that have given their total for the defense of our country and allowing us to be here, in the military, public service, and friends and relatives. Thank you. I have a short couple of announcements to make because tonight's going to be quite engaging, it looks like. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I want to remind everybody about the respect of the Chamber of Board of Supervisors, respect for the board, respect for our staff, but most importantly, respect for each one of you. That means speakers during public comment and speaking to the issues. We will be able to accommodate as best we can all those speakers, but we are short of time, so I'm going to remind everybody to pay attention to our 3-minute clock. And also, if we're able to get the message out in the foyer, I understand there's a lot of folks out there. We're going to allow only 5 people maximum standing in the door here, thank God to our fire rules. So as one person speaks and sits down, we can replace that person. But we want to make sure we keep only 5 maximum at the door. And the last note, I know it's going to be engaging and involved, but please refrain from clapping. That makes our night go a lot faster. But you can do this if you want. I don't have a problem. Just, we want to keep the clapping down, okay? At this time, I believe, Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Clerk, if I may, the next item is the recognition, but I want to make sure that the person receiving it is here, and I do believe I saw his mother just walk around. So, Sherry? Hunter, there he is.
There he is, okay.
Okay.
Had to get all the stars here.
So item number 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing the volunteer hours of Hunter Roosh.
Mr. Chair, I have make sure I got this right. I have a proclamation recognizing the volunteer hours performed by Hunter Roosh. Whereas Calaveras High School's Civic Engagement Program encourages students to engage in activities within their community. And whereas Hunter Roosh volunteered his time to many organizations within the community, such as the Boy Scouts, Calaveras Food Bank, Calaveras Has Talent, West Calaveras Rotary, Calaveras Performing Arts Center, Glory Bound Fellowship, Jenny Lind PTO, Interact, CPAC, and Cal Waste. And whereas Hunter logged an exemplary number of working hours on projects which included the Veterans War Memorial in Valley Springs, bagging food and delivering food baskets for the food bank, retiring American flags with Post 104 in Valley Springs, assisting at evacuation center during the Butte fire, and cleanup at Jenny Lind Cemetery. And whereas Hunter also participated in the Boy State program as a representative of the county. Hunter is set a new standard for volunteer hours at Calaveras High School, and that's something that we are all trying to promote as a community, and it really matters to have our young people out working in our community and helping everybody out. So that is the proclamation.
I would have any public comment at this time? Seeing none, oh, I'm sorry.
Here goes Marty.
Hello, Marty.
Marty Crane, Director of the Volunteer Center at Calaveras County. We are
Marty,
so excited.
I'm gonna have you speak right into the microphone.
Oh, we are so excited about Hunter. He continues to inspire us all the time. And I just wanted to say that for several years now, a small group of people at the Calaveras High have been working on the Civic Engagement Program, and it's expanding from K through 12, so that as our children grow, their understanding of civic engagement evolves with them. So you're right, Hunter has set a bar for us, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll let you clap for that one. Is there any other public speakers? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
I would say.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0 with one absent.
Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors would like to extend their congratulations to Hunter Roosh for being recognized as the 2017 Civic Engagement Top Performer at Calaveras High School and express their appreciation for his dedication to the county and residents. Thank you, Hunter.
Photo op?
And we got to get Mom in there, too.
And his mother,
Oh, jeez. Jump in. That's right. Moms and dads. My goodness. Great job, Mom and Dad. 1, 2, 3. Excellent.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started with public speaking, a couple of quick more announcements, just so everybody knows the game rules. This area right here beyond the banister and the podium, that's going to be reserved to staff only. If you need to speak with one of us, we'll be happy to come down to the lobby, or actually to the audience and have conversation with you, but we need to keep everybody free from this area due to some technicalities with our wires and due to a lot of people up in this area. Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
First person. And before you get started, I have to make one more announcement. Supervisor Clyde Clapp is not here due to a family emergency and is excused from the meeting tonight. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to thank the Public Works Department for work that looks like it's getting started on Pool Station. I came in today and I didn't have to dodge 150 potholes. I only had to dodge 125. So, yeah, we're getting there. They're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Vivian Sechu, District 1. We have reiterated several times during the past few months our understanding of the county's finances, publicly available on the Auditor Controller's website, and it appears that our county operates in a situation of structural deficit. Every year in June, a budget is approved by the Board of Supervisors. This proposed budget has consistently over the years been a projection of a dire situation, showing the county being millions of dollars in deficit spending by year end. At the end of each fiscal year, money always seems to magically appear in the accounting actuals. Our analysis and understanding suggests that they appear from creative fund management practices. Every year, money from a multi-million teeter fund gets tapped into to cover unforeseen costs such as overtime and storm damaged bridges. Every year, the carryover funds from budgeted vacant positions are utilized to balance the budget. And because of all the current vacant positions, overtime is already at $100,000 over budget at mid-year. This does not include the recent approvals of overtime to the Sheriff's Office for patrol dispatch and jail in the sum of $460,000, well short of the $800,000 requested during the mid-year budget review. Without new sources of revenue, the county's future does not look too bright. The expected revenue growth, excluding Measure C taxes, is a little short of $500,000. With all this in mind, we have a few rather simple questions for the board. On what magic trick would your financial plan for a band rely upon? Is it based on efficiency savings in a county operating in a structural deficit and surviving on creative accounting practices? If so, it sounds unlikely to be a viable and financially sound plan. Or does it rely on economic growth in a county that has always historically kicked out any new industry and consistently said no to progress, growth, and innovation? This sounds like an even less likely viable and financially sound plan. This, gentlemen, in a year of negotiations with your employees across the entire county, a sheriff's office that consistently has had trouble recruiting and retaining officers because of the substandard pay, county departments without all of their positions filled, thus employees doing their work and that of someone else, all the while being given substandard pay. All of this resulted in the inability of the county to retain qualified employees for any amount of time, resulting further in turnover rates in the county being as high as 43%. And now you find yourselves putting off negotiations with unions because of the financial uncertainty of introducing and enforcing a ban. Therefore, what is it precisely, gentlemen? How exactly are you going to pay for a ban? Not just this year, but year after year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. Thank you, Vivian. Where is your financial plan for a ban? How are you going to pay for it? And how much is it going to cost the taxpayers? How much will you be drawing from the county budget? How much will you be drawing from each department budget? How about funds with restricted uses, which may have some surpluses available? For example, gentlemen, last year the rates from Cal Waste for solid waste pickup were raised substantially to the chagrin of the people. The reason this was done is because the waste is being shipped out of the county to prolong the construction of a new cell at the dump, wherein the old cell will be at 100% capacity in a few years' time. Landowners in the county have been paying $150 per year with the land taxes for operations of the dump. This $150 includes investments into a fund for the expansion of a new cell at the landfill. This fund should be in the amount of $8 million approximately, to be used solely for this need of the people in the future. How many funds would you have to commingle in order to fund a ban? Just in the first year, without consideration for the fiscal responsibility year after year. This would appear to be the only solution you would have left to consider in order to suboptimally fund a ban that is doomed to fail. This is in addition to cutting services and increasing taxes and fees on all citizens. Given the dire state of the county's finances, this is an absolute given, gentlemen. Have you shared this truth with the public? If you believe there are millions available in hidden reserves to fund your ban agenda, we hope that as elected officials, you would already know that much of those monies are one-time funds and or have restricted uses. So what is it? The public have a right to know and to see your financial plan for the ban agenda. Where exactly you will be getting the money from and how exactly you intend to sustain it. We may only be a few months away from a ban being voted on. The public have a right to know the truth beforehand, that it will be them who will be footing the bill. The financial burden coupled with the social and environmental impacts of a ban will fall back on all citizens and taxpayers of Calaveras. This is guaranteed. Gentlemen, in conclusion, and to reiterate that what we have asked previously, what will be the social and political costs of all that? Are each of you ready to take full responsibility for this legacy? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Joan Wilson, District 1. As you go into your study session, I would like for you gentlemen to keep in mind the people of this county, the people that have seen industries go away and what it does to the families and the people that live here. Many of them know that it is going to not only affect the farms and agricultural products of many kind, but also the ones that work on the farms, in the grocery store, prepare and serve your food, mow your lawns, care for your sick, elderly, disabled, and dying. They care for your children, clean your clothes, volunteer, and serve the many visitors from more affluent counties when they come to play here. Please do not burden them with footing the bill for an attempt at an action that failed for decades already. The United States government has not been able to eradicate cannabis. Do you really think you're going to be able to? And with what money? I've heard some ideas, but I don't see them as viable. So I would like to know, line by line, how are you going to fund a ban? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Point of order to the chair.
I'll hear the point of order.
I'm holding the agenda which doesn't mention the study session.
Sir, would you stand up for me? Stand up so I can see who you are. Thank you.
I'm holding the agenda which doesn't mention the study session. We all know what's going on. As such, I would think that speaking to the cannabis issue wouldn't be appropriate here, but if I'm wrong, please tell us, because we're not sure if we're supposed to address the cannabis issue here or wait until a study session. And also, when I looked online, I noticed there might be a number of public comment periods during the study session. Can you enlighten us on that? There's nothing written down.
Sure, I'd answer the point of order. There is an item regarding a study session regarding cannabis, the draft for the ban and that discussion. There will be a public comment period at the end of staff presentation, as we previously agreed on. So that is listed on the agenda. Does that answer your question, sir?
So we should or should not now speak to that?
No, there'll be an opportunity for public comments after the presentation of the agendized item.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Does that, ma'am, please, let me make sure we get the point of order corrected. Does that satisfy you, sir? All right. Go ahead, sir.
Ted Shannon, McCalmey Hill. Good evening. I'm on the marijuana issue. I have a friend who has a relative who used marijuana and then went on to hard drugs. So
Mr. Shannon,
I thought we were on the.
we are, but is this relating to the cannabis issue that's
Yes.
itemized?
Yes.
All right, let's reserve your comments for that public speaking period, for that itemized, is that what you're talking about?
I thought we were in that. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We're going to have a public speaking session after the presentation on the itemized item, and that's the cannabis issue. Okay? Is that what you want to talk about?
Okay, I'm confused.
Okay.
Point of order, sir.
I'll hear your point of order.
I'm confused. The study session is on the ban, or is it on the EIR and the draft ordinance? Because if it's only on the ban, I have something I'd like to say now regarding regulations. So is it now or is it later?
It's all encompassing, if you will.
It's not just on the.
Not just on the ban. It is on the items that pertain to it.
I guess we'll come back. It is on the issue is what I'm talking about, what I was trying to talk about.
Okay, well, that's when we get to the public speaking for that agendized item, Mr. Shannon.
All right.
So that's going to be at the end of the presentation by staff. Okay? You'll have an opportunity to speak.
Okay.
All right, I won't forget you. Any other public comments other than the agendized item? Come, sir, please.
Here's some copies of something I'm talking about. I'd like every one of the council members to have a
Sir,
copy.
could I have you speak in the microphone for us?
Okay,
Thank
and,
you.
okay, and then I have several copies for the audience here if they want them. Okay, what this is about, this is the reason we don't want a ban. I rented this property that I'm talking about in the newspaper.
Let me interrupt you for a moment, okay?
Okay,
Just like Mr. Shannon, this is a period, or this topic is addressing the agendized item. And there'll be a public comment opportunity after the presentation by staff. So you'll have a chance to speak, but this is for general public comments, not associated with the agendized item.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm kind of telling a story here of what happened to me and my property here in 2010. This article was written up by the newspaper.
Okay, we can hear that, at that time.
Okay, so you want me to back off and
Yeah,
speak
and then
later?
we'll notify you when that public speaking comment time is.
Okay, it will be later on.
It will be later on, sir. Yes, sir, it
Okay,
will.
so you have your copies and all
We
that.
have all night.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Not related to the agendized item. Hello, Bonnie.
Good evening, gentlemen and lady. My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs, and as you know, I'm on the IHSS Advisory Committee, and our committee is just reeling because we're just realizing that somehow in our minuscule budget of less than $6,000, apparently there's a $1,400 discrepancy of money that has been put somewhere, and we're not able to find out what it is. And as you know, the budget is winding down. If we have any expenditures, we've got to get them done before the end of the fiscal year. And we're just trying to figure out what is happening, and I'm not sure there's anything any of you can do, but that's just a dilemma that we're struggling with right now, as to where about a third of our budget went without our approval or even a recommendation or understanding of where that money happened to go to. So anyway, I'm just coming to share my frustration so I don't go postal somewhere and keep things at a minimal down here so that I'm not frustrated to the max, but let you know I'm frustrated to the max. Thank you.
Bonnie.
Hi, Dina Morris, Calaveras County. I keep hearing the question, how are we going to pay for a ban? In all of the dealings I've had with the public on the issue of paying for a ban, not one person was concerned about that. They know that our supervisors will get the job done. And the most important thing to them was their safety. And so I am sure that we will find a way to pay for the ban. And the other thing they said, not one of them said, in fact, many of them said, if they need to raise my taxes, my property taxes, I'll do whatever it takes to get our safety back. And I can attest to the safety issue. I felt more safe on the backcountry roads of Lombok, Indonesia, than I do in my own community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, please.
I'll hear your point of order.
I've noticed people come up and speak, and then we realize that these topics need to be on the agenda item. And so then others have come up and tried to speak, and we said no, and come back. And now we're back to allowing comments about the agendized item. So I'm just wondering, we need to do this.
Well, I'll take one point of order at a time, ladies and gentlemen.
We just need to be fair.
Ma'am, I interpreted that to be a budgeting item, and it was on a gray area, but I allowed to speak because of public speaking, and it is agendized item, and those folks will have the opportunity to speak at that time on the agendized item.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am. Mr. Stauffer, do you have a point of order?
You said what I wanted to say. It was on the finances, sir. You're absolutely right.
And I'll give you that one for free. Thank you, Mr. Stauffer. Any further public comment? I'm going to go a little bit out of procedure here. Could we make sure that there's no public comment in the foyer? If there is, please come up to the podium. Seeing none, Madam Clerk. Wait a minute. There we go. This is public comment, sir, not on the agendized item of cannabis.
Yes, I have a point of order. I wish that you as a chair, when people are speaking, could you have them please come up here? We can't hear them out there, regardless of what they're saying. We don't know what they're saying. Could you just please have them come up here and speak?
I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
I will. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, he does have a point. If you have a point of order, I'd like to raise your hand, stand up, and then come to the podium, and we'll address it. Fair enough? Good job. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody in the public that would like to pull a consent agenda item? Seeing none, I'll bring it to the board. Any member of the staff or board of supervisors wish to pull a consent agenda item? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli,
And second?
second by Supervisor Mills. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 4-0, one absentee. Madam Clerk.
Regular agenda. This item is from the Administrative Office to conduct a special study session on cannabis cultivation in Calaveras County.
First member of staff, would you like to make a presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind folks once again, do like I am, speak into the microphone. And we have 2 mics there at our staff table and 1 at the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Ethan Turner. I'm a deputy county counsel here in Calaveras County. I represent the building department and the planning department with respect to all issues marijuana related. I'm here to address you this evening on the county abatement program. The current abatement activities are going to be addressed by the sheriff in a moment, but he's made me come up here first. So I'll discuss what's happening inside the code enforcement department as things have been developing of late. We, as we discussed several months back, we brought forth a new and revised 8.06, the provision of the county code which governs nuisance abatement. Under the former 8.06, abatement took up to 120 days from the notice of violation, citation, order to abate, and so forth, and then appeal to an administrative hearing board, and then to the board of the supervisors before a final order to abate would then issue. Now, under the new 8.06, the board of supervisors and the administrative hearing board have been supplanted by a single hearing officer. That hearing officer has been delegated the authority to levy administrative fines and to issue orders for abatement, which can only then be appealed to the Superior Court and not to the Board of Supervisors. So it's a one-step program, and we further expedited the program by when we issue a notice of violation and citation, it also gives the offending party an opportunity to be heard. So their appeal date is scheduled at the same time we hand them a notice of violation and citation. And so from the day they get their citation, the hearing can be held within 14 days. And the order for abate will issue 2 days later. An abatement warrant can then issue, and then an eradication can occur. So it's gone from 120 days to between 16 and 21 days under the new program. We have yet to engage in an eradication under this new program because we have just completed building the Office of Hearing Officer, which is housed within the CAO's office. We have a clerk of the hearing office, and we've had some recruitment problems with hearing officers, but it looks like we're going to have at least 3 of them by the end of this week, and we can start issuing citations and scheduling hearings. It's my hope, if everything goes smoothly, that in approximately 3 to 3.5 weeks we'll be holding our first hearings, and abatement orders will start to issue soon thereafter. We will be able to issue tremendous numbers of abatement orders and get many, many abatement warrants. And as you might imagine, carrying out those abatement warrants involves significant amount of manpower. And to that end, the code enforcement team and the marijuana enforcement team have come up with some strategies of their own. And we have also engaged 2 different contractors, one of whom has 11 employees who are currently being background checked by the Sheriff's Department. And each of them also have a variety of heavy equipment, trucks for hauling, and so that they can expeditiously cut down as many marijuana plants as possible, move on to the next site, and haul all eradicated marijuana to the landfill down at Rock Creek. And so we are on the verge of being able to flip the switch on that program and start that machine rolling. And I anticipate a vastly larger number of eradications this summer as opposed to last summer. And if any of you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to take them.
Questions of the board for Ethan? Just go ahead,
Thank you very much, Ethan. I appreciate that and all the work that's gone into 8.06. When you look at, starting up eradications after, on July 1, how many do you believe that that using this code compliance vehicle, we'll be able to eradicate?
You mean all summer long or?
Per week?
I hesitate to give a number, but because every eradication is going to be different, as the sheriff will be able to tell you when he comes up here. Some of his eradications have involved 90 plants, others have involved 1,400 plants, and then the terrain, the distance to the landfill, a variety of other logistical concerns would control how many eradications can be done per day. However, I would venture more than one per day, I would think. Our hope is to be able to split the contractors into two teams. They have to work directly under the observation of the sheriff's department, and they'll work as fast as they can. And until the program is running, I don't really know what it's going to look like.
I have a question,
Yeah.
sir. The funding for the 806 program and eradication, is that derived from the application fees for the cultivation fund?
I think the building director probably better answer that. I'm not entirely sure how the funding works. However, I can tell you the cost of abatement is fully recoverable through assessment liens. So when an abatement does occur, they can recover those funds through assessment liens.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening.
How you doing, Mr. Renner?
I almost got away with it.
No, we weren't going to let you.
The issue of cost recovery on abatements is touchy, and there's some differing opinion, and we're working with numerous lawyers, numerous members of county counsel's office right now to figure out if certain funding streams can be used to perform abatement. The short answer is the abatement costs will always in one form or another be recoverable through liens, fineage, etc. But as far as using a certain fund to fund these actions, I would have to defer to county council.
Thank you. Supervisor Garamendi.
I just wanted to follow up. My concern, Ethan and Michael, is that, we've got, by estimated, over 1,000 illegal grows up in the hills, primarily in my district. If we're doing one a day, that's going to and we're doing it over the 4 months to the end of October, that's only 80 grows. So we're getting less than 10%. Are there things that we as a board can do to increase that number?
I think it'll depend on how the various departments work together in doing this, and I seriously doubt we'll only be able to do one a day. With the kind of equipment the contractors have and the number of employees they have, in a coordinated effort with the Met team and code, I would anticipate more than one per day.
Thank you. Because the people I represent have real concerns about the illegal grows, and we need to give them confidence that we're going to be able to deal with it.
Yeah. Without bringing in a battalion of Marines, we're not going to get 1,000 grows done this year, I don't think.
Can we get a battalion? Just kidding.
We're also being intentionally conservative. As you all know, we built this program as the train was rolling. It's been difficult. I expect to see much greater numbers than what Ethan is alluding to. But again, I want to be cautiously conservative until we see how the program actually pans out. I don't want to sit in front of you and say we're going to do 5 a day and fail. I'm optimistic, though. I think we'll do many more than one day.
I know as a board member, it gave me great comfort if you kept a score sheet so we could keep track of this, be
We'll do
accountable
that.
for it
We'll do
to
that
our
for you.
citizens as a board.
And I can tell the board, we have many sites in the queue ready to go that are grossly out of compliance that will be abated like a snap of your finger as soon as this program's fully in place. And many, many of them are in your district, sir.
How many in District 3? All right, that's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you folks, please take notes on these issues if you have questions, so we can address them during the public speaking comment period. We're going to have staff remain to answer some of those questions that you present. All right? Anything further, gentlemen?
Not unless the board has any other questions for us.
Thank you very much. Your next presenter? And once again, gentlemen, please speak into the microphones.
Good evening. It doesn't like me. How's that? Good evening, Sheriff DiBasilio. I have a little slide presentation that we're going to go through, and then we'll answer any questions when we get done. That's our shoulder patch, just so you know. These are some of the problems that we're having with the current ordinance. Again, this goes back to the past board. It was assumed by the county that growers would harvest once a season. We're not seeing that. We're seeing multiple lighting issues going on, so they're going to be harvesting more than once a season. Other county agencies were affected that weren't initially thought to be impacted, being environmental health, the road department, water, a lot of other departments, fire department, CDF. There's an unmanageable number of registered sites. As Ethan alluded to, or one of you said, there's about 1,000 registered grows out there. Well, okay, and there's almost 1,000 registered grows between legal commercial growing and the caregiver grows. There's a lot of people out there. And we're finding that the registrant on most of these grows are inaccessible. They're out of the area. We're having a hard time contacting them. The ordinance allows for growers from all around the world to cultivate, basically what I just said. There's no stipulation that they have to be a resident of the county. I have a young lady in Maryland that is wanting to do a background check through Maryland, but her property is here in Calaveras County. Makes it a little difficult to make sure they are who they say they are. The non-Butte Fire victims are residing in trailers in substandard conditions. Part of the urgency ordinance was that they could live on the property in a trailer for up to 2 years if they were a resident that got burned out. We're finding that people that are not residents that have purchased properties are living on the grow sites. And I will say that most of these are illegal grows, but there are some registered growers that are still living in trailers that should not be, because they were not burn victims, Butte fire victims, excuse me. The zoning and minimum parcel size, the problem with the minimum parcel size, we're finding that the minimum parcel size was supposed to be 2 acres in order to grow commercially, and we're finding people in Rancho, District 5, that are on less than 2 acres that are growing commercially. Their lots are just consumed with marijuana. So that's another issue. Next. Problems associated with the marijuana specific to the eradication. Again, they're time consuming. A 1 acre takes about 20 acres in 8 hours, and that's on flat ground. And Mr. Garamendi, you know that you have no flat ground in your community at all, except for downtown. There's nothing in downtown anywhere that's flat. Doesn't happen. With that brings the workers' comp problems. We're all working with sharp tools, chainsaws, machetes. trying to eradicate these plants is causing a problem. There's protective wrapping on the plants, and it's not really protective wrapping. The folks are using either metal wire mesh or mostly plastic wire mesh to hold their plants up because the buds are getting so heavy that they're breaking limbs off. So they're using that stuff, and we can't just cut that stuff down with a chainsaw. It wraps up in a chainsaw. There's exposure to pesticides, herbicides, and other unknown chemicals. We don't know what these folks are using on their sites. The terrain and the trees are not allowing for heavy equipment to get in there. As County Council alluded, we are looking at utilizing contractors. The problem with that is that some of these sites we're not going to be able to use that heavy equipment. It's going to be labor intensive no matter what we do. It's just not going to be possible to use equipment on all of it. Then there's a cleanup, the pesticides and the herbicides. Environmental health has to get involved, possibly DTSC. And for those that you don't know, that's Department of Toxics and Substance Control. And the investigative portion is time-consuming and methodical. It takes a lot of time to do everything we do prior to going out and during and follow-up on each one of these cases. The cleanup can only begin after the investigation is complete, and my question is, who's responsible for the cleanups of these sites? Is it going to be county? Is it going to be the property owner? Or is it going to be the registrant? I don't know. It doesn't impact me, but that's an impact to the county. This is one of the sites we located back in July last year. That's a drying station. This is another site. You can see the difference in the sites. They use bamboo to also hold up their plants along with the wire mesh and the plastic mesh. You can see the terrain. You can see the stairs on that top left corner one showing that the ground is not level. Next. The current ordinance doesn't give me the opportunity to do a thorough background on the growers and their employees. That's something that we talked about way back when the urgency ordinance was originally brought in. It's still an issue. I'd like to be able to do a national criminal history. Again, right now, if somebody comes from Maryland and they register here, all I can do is a local check. So if they've never been in our county or in the state of California, I have no way of knowing who they are as far as whether they're sex registrants, whether they have felony convictions. I can't know that by the backgrounds that we can do right now. We're finding discrepancies between the business licenses and their business or their application, the registrant applications. That was, I talked to you folks last month or earlier this month about not doing the background checks for business licenses because they're getting passed through and I have no authority over those. And there's no physical addresses on the applications. There's an attorney in Angels Camp that we're finding a lot of applicants that are using that as their physical address, and that's not the physical address of the grow. They're not giving us complete information. Good. Again, there's no proof required that they are growing for a legitimate reason. We had put out some paperwork at the very beginning of this process requesting information on where their collective was that they were sending this marijuana to so that we had a way to track it, and that's not required. So we stopped doing that. There's no requirement for growers to show proof of where the product is distributed to. So the fact that this marijuana is being grown as medicine, we don't know if it's actually being sold as medicine or if it's being sold on the recreational side. We have no way to track that. Again, steep grades. That pool back there is an illegal water source. If you notice, it's right in the middle of a draw, which is a creek, and we're finding that they have put pesticides inside of the pools or containers that they're holding their water, so when they water their plants, it already has the fertilizer and whatnot in them. So if that was a spill, it's going to go down the creek. This is in the middle of a creek. Again, illegal water sources. Part of the urgency ordinance was they had to have a legal water source. And we're finding multitudes of places with illegal water sources. Another one, so the water source is a dammed up creek. The plastic is there to collect the water. Some of it is used to cover the hole that the water's in. They put their pesticides right in the soil. The black lines will bring the water out along with the pesticides. This one here has got an illegal water source and a buried gas generator great that the generator's buried because you can't hear it, but still unsafe. Next. There's trash, fertilizer, fuel cans just laying about. Let me preface this, that all of these sites that I'm showing you are illegal grow sites. Growers are confronting citizens with firearms. They're having aggressive animals. They're threatening neighbors. There's odor complaints, water theft complaints, noise-related generators, gunshots. It just is a multitude of problems. And again, I will reiterate that most of these complaints are coming from illegal grow sites. There are legal grow sites that we're getting complaints on, so it is even across the board, but more are coming from the illegal side. Good. Oh, you did. Okay, due to the number of grows, many growers are left with excess product. We've found some BHO labs. You've seen those in the newspaper. I've got some pictures to show that directly. There's destruction of forest lands, even on private property. People don't understand that you have to have a permit to cut down a tree, even if it's on private property, and they're continually cutting down trees and grading property without permits. There's potential for water contamination from these chemicals, as you saw in the draws and the creeks. And we're getting a flood of illegal growers because their mentality is that we'll never be able to enforce the laws or the ordinance, and they're willing to take that chance, and they're going to grow anyway. This is a butane honey oil, the BHO. Those bottles on the left-hand side, just to give you guys an idea, those are like the same size as a 5-gallon of propane. So those that are familiar with those, that's the size of those. These are containers that were located. Just more BHO stuff. This is the one that was up by Calaveras High School. This was the first one, or was it the second one? Yeah, that was the second one. And this next photo is the canisters that were put into 55-gallon containers by DTSC to remove them from the area. We had an electrical fire at one of the sites. You can see right where that little tree is in the middle. That's some type of a makeshift box for their connection of wiring, just laying on the ground in dry grass. This is that site, but this is just to show you that that fire had gotten out of control where it would have gone. It would have continued to go. See all the greenery back there, or brownery as you want to call it. This is a picture of some of the electrical connections that we're finding. Electrical boxes, again, right above dry grass. Obviously not up to code. These are marijuana-related crime stats. One of the things you folks wanted from me. These are associated to non-registered commercial or cultivation sites on the left. Those are the total of incidences with 249, and those are the total cases, 164. The one on the left is associated to registered cultivation sites. There was 225 incidences and 57 cases. Now, mind you, I'm going to answer your question right now. Okay, an incident is when we get called to a property to take care of something. The cases are actually cases that were actually either working or there was a report written on them. Now, mind you, that number 57, thank you, Clyde, for joining us. I appreciate it. The 57 is not necessarily a problem with that registered site. It could be somebody came to their site and caused a problem. So I want to be clear. The other side, the 164, is strictly unregistered sites. Good. These are some statistics from May of 2016 to current. Though it's small, so I'll read it. It says, number of marijuana plants destroyed, just over 75,000. We have a little over 13,000 pounds of processed marijuana that was destroyed. We have 5.9 pounds of concentrated cannabis. We have 5 BHO labs. We have 580 complaints filed with the sheriff's office. And we have 46 requests for denial of registrations submitted. That means the sheriff's department requested denials on 46 registrants. CAL FIRE land use conversion citations, there were 31 of those issued for cutting down trees illegally without permits. The average length of an inspection for a personal and caregiver grow is about 15 minutes, and for a commercial grow is anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour and a half, depending on the size of the grow. We have 600 known unregistered grows. Now, mind you, that is a conservative number, in my opinion, for the simple fact that there are grows that are underneath the canopy that we still can't see via aerials. So this is what we know is unknown. And there are 51 current open cases, and realistically, you have 600 open cases on top of that, because we know we have 600 unregistered grows out there. So the 600 plus the 51 is 651 open cases at this time. We had 27 non-county agencies assisting or involved in our grows last year, and we had 71 arrests. Now, moving forward, from January of this year to current, we've served 6 search warrants. We've done 9 eradications. We've eradicated almost 12,000 plants. The previous year total plant count, and that was actually 2015, that plant count was 21,000. Last year we had 64,000 plus a little bit more than that plants eradicated. We have 408 pounds of processed to date as of January 1. 164 public complaints received, and we seized about $62,000 in cash, assisting other agencies. Again, this is another illegal water source. You can see the water lines running down. Our recommendations, you asked for recommendations: establish funding source for criminal, environmental, and community quality of life issues impacted by marijuana cultivation in businesses. Establish a marijuana mitigation impact fee for the neighborhoods. Provide the sheriff the authority to decline backgrounds and marijuana business licenses for marijuana-related businesses. And establish CalWorks task force to examine social services impact of transient population associated with cannabis cultivation. We're seeing a lot of transients coming in, especially at this time of year. They're getting ready to start planting, or they're already planting, and taking care of the grow sites. Hire a shared forensic investigator, shared between the sheriff and the DA. Ms. Yook and I have talked about this before. Actually talked with Mr. Lutz this afternoon about this. I would assume see that investigator in the DA's office. That's more suited for that position. Everybody keeps talking about asset forfeitures. That's the person that's going to get it. That person will be paid for by the asset forfeitures. That should be one of the priorities for this program. And hire a DA specifically for the marijuana prosecution unit, so it relieves Ethan from having to call me 20 times a day. Establish a neighborhood impact mitigation fee. Sac County has one. You can look at theirs. It's a pretty intense service. And develop a hazardous materials fee associated with post-marijuana operations because of the cleanup of fertilizers, fertigation tanks, and chemicals that are being left behind. Again, this is what we call a hooch. They're hanging out inside of that. They're living inside of there is what they're doing, because they're not legally supposed to be there. It's another site. These are some of the cell phones that we've confiscated from these sites, because when we show up, they bail. That's why we never find too many people in these illegal sites, because they hear us coming and they take off, and they'll leave their cell phones. They'll leave everything. They just want to get out. They don't want to be arrested, because most of them are probably illegals. This is just one of the weapons that we've located. We've located numerous weapons in these sites. The cash that I was talking about earlier, I think that one there that's out of that was coming from Modesto, or going to Modesto. Food storage they had on site. Just more hooches. Drying plants. More drying plants. And you notice, go back to that, Josh. You can see, you can't really see, but those plants are all being held up by wire. That causes problems. They remove the marijuana plants. They leave the wires. There's nothing to stop a deer from running through there and killing themselves on these wires. Those wires are actually quite strong. They'll hold a lot of weight. This is a lovely site that we visited. That home is an unpermitted home. There is no septic system. on this site. And as you can see, the garbage, which is quite a bit. More of that same site. And again, reminding everybody, this is an illegal grow site. I will tell you that. Just garbage spewing about everywhere. This next slide, these are the pesticides that they leave laying about. And remind you, as anybody knows, when you drain out a container, not everything comes out. So they don't put the tops back on them. They throw them in a pile. They drain out into the ground. The rainwater comes. The rainwater takes it down into the creek, and then it goes wherever it continues to go. This is a little disturbing if you were ever there, because as you see the stairwell here on the bottom of this picture, it's very deceiving how steep this site actually is. But if you see the plant area right in here, see all that debris? Well, if you follow that upstream, up in here, there was this is that site that had an unpermitted building on it. Well, because there was no septic system, these folks built a platform out over the edge of this embankment and cut a hole in the middle of the floor. And I'll leave it at that. Next picture. This was at that site where we eradicated quite a bit of marijuana. And I think that's about it. Questions, comments, concerns?
Supervisor Mills.
Sheriff, thank you for the work that you and your department is doing, and at times I'm sure that it almost feels insurmountable, but eventually I think we'll get there.
Real quick, I don't want to cut you off, but I wanted to reiterate a little bit about what Ethan talked about, the 806 ordinance. We do have a plan in place. We've been working with co-compliance. We do have the contractors ready to go. We're waiting for them to get their 806 program up and running. As you can see by the statistics in 2017 currently, we have been very active in eradicating illegal grow sites. We've been doing it with search warrants. Chair Oliveira knows that a search warrant takes quite a bit of time to get all together. The 806 is going to expedite that. Like Ethan and Mike, I don't really want to give you a number because I don't want you to say, okay, Sheriff, you said that you're going to do 5 or 6 a day. Just be prepared to see a lot of marijuana being eradicated this year. That's what I can tell you. So, go ahead.
Thank you. My concern, and it might be more towards environmental health's concern, is watershed contamination. You spoke to the amount of chemicals that you're finding, and we do know to some degree there is a flushing action that some will use at the end of their grow season to just be sure the plants are cleaned up. But my concern to this county is that should East Bay Mud or Stockton East find these chemicals in their water supply, to what point are they going to be creating a lawsuit to, in essence, protect themselves? And I also speak to La Cantena, and the water supply for District 5 as well is affected by what happens in the Calaveras watershed. So the chemical thing that you speak to here is very critical as to whether or not we're going to get a handle on it and to what degree it's going to impact not only us but our neighbors downstream. So I just wanted to make that point. The other thing is that of all of the work that you're doing, how much of this is being taken out of the marijuana application money?
Good question. I don't know. Not all of it. When it becomes a criminal event, the funds can no longer, according to county council, come out of the marijuana funding because of a Prop 26 issue. So I don't have an honest answer for you. I don't know. I know that not all of it, in my opinion, all the money, in my opinion, should be coming out of that marijuana regulation fee money, but it's not. That I don't know what. I'd have to sit down with my accountant and tell you the exact amount.
So partially of how you're going to pay for it is we're already paying for it to some degree because of the amount of money that's being expended from your budget to take care of this. It's not being reimbursed fairly and equally to those that you're trying to take care of.
Well, the funds are coming, the funds that cannot be pulled from the marijuana fees are just coming out of my budget. So if Sergeant Crabtree goes to a site, and I'll use the airport for instance, because that's a prime example. We were there to do inspections. We showed up to do the inspections up until the point that they decided that they needed to get a search warrant it was all marijuana fee related. The minute it became a search warrant issue, it became a criminal issue, which took it out of the marijuana fees.
Which involved, not to get into details, but how much staff time, this was days of work that you did then as a result of that, correct?
Yeah.
Taking up a lot of your staff time and a lot of expense there that was not properly delegated. You spoke to the transient costs. That's kind of interesting because I don't think that we really fully understand the cost to our welfare system, to HHS, and to other agencies from the transient population that's come in as a result of this that does not have a reportable income.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a way to track to find out if the transients, and I don't want to call them transients, residentially challenged is another good word, I guess. I don't know if they're impacting our programs at this point. I know that most of them that come up here are going to a grow site and they're staying on site. I would assume. I don't know. You know what assume means. So I don't know. I don't know where they're going. I know I'm seeing a lot of transients in the area, but that doesn't mean that they're living on the streets or not living in our doorways. I haven't seen that, but I know that there's a lot of people from out of the area. I mean, God, go to Craigslist and you can see they're advertising to come and trim marijuana in Calaveras County. So whether they're putting them up at their properties or not, I don't know. And again, a lot of those, and I've talked to some of the legal growers, the ones that are registered and have nice sites. They're taking care of their people because they're employees. The ones that are just showing up and looking for work are typically going to the illegal grow sites. But I don't know if there's an impact to the community and to our system. I don't know if they're accessing that program, those programs.
Well, again, I'm really concerned about the water, the quality of water, what that watershed's going to look like, and if we don't get a handle on it in the next 4 or 5 years, so to speak, as to just what level of contamination we're going to be faced with, and then the legal responsibility we're going to have as a county to clean it up. So just making a point. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sergeant Crabtree, for coming down here today.
He was ordered to come down here. He didn't have a choice.
He's always in my district. Good to see him. I wanted to, a couple quick questions. How are we coordinating with building department? I know, building department works for the board. You work for the voters. How is this coordination working between the two groups?
In what aspect with the building department?
Well,
the building department's doing the paperwork side of it.
They're doing the paperwork. They've got their contractors go in and do abatements on code.
No, that's different. Building department is code compliance is the one that's dealing with that.
Yes. So code compliance is going in and dealing with that. Are they going in? Are you guys going as a team, or are you guys working in parallel?
No, we're going in as a team. We actually have one of their officers in our office with my detectives and my MET team so that the coordination is right there. We're not playing phone tag. They're not playing email tag. And they've been working closely to work with Ethan to get the 806 portion put together too.
So you feel that's a good partnership?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we've been on board with each other for quite a while to coordinate all this. And we actually had talked to Mr. Lutz about purchasing some items, but he brought it to our attention it'd be better to rent it and or get the contractors, which we're doing, which is going to save the county money in the long run and be a lot faster. We were looking at utilizing the road department, but the problem with using the road department is that when they're helping us eradicate, they're not working on our roads and our bridges, and that's a priority right now. So this is actually going to work out quite well.
Great, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of labor in there. Supervisor Mills mentioned the water quality. Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife are responsible for that for the WCB. Are they part of our team? Are they coordinating? They got any men up here as well?
They are.
Women?
They're working with us, absolutely.
Okay, so they would do the criminal prosecution for water, correct?
Yeah, they will. They'll do that, and then again, CDF still does all tree stuff.
Okay, might be neat as we go through the summer to get a report from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, how they're doing on issuing those fines for people violating water, and find out what the officers who work for CAL FIRE, how those violations are going as well, because I think we all agree those illegal grows, an example you put up there, we need to get those out of here.
Absolutely. And Sergeant Crabtree and myself are in contact with them, and we'll make sure that information gets forwarded to the board.
Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Make a note of that, Sergeant.
Sheriff, I have a couple of questions. Our study session here is focused on the, if you will, ban draft. What would happen if that's successful? What would happen to this program?
Which one? If the ban came into play?
If Calaveras County elected to go the total ban operation, how would that affect our enforcement efforts? Now, you know, you and I have had a lot of conversations, and it's always geared about where are we going to get enforcement?
Well, I've said before, and I'll say it again, that no matter what the county does when it comes to marijuana, whether they ban it or whether they regulate it, my department is going to be steadfast in eradicating the illegal grows. I'm going to use the word assume again because we know what assume means, but my assumption would be if this county did put a ban into place, that the legal growers would not be here, so there wouldn't be an issue with legal growers. It would all be illegal growers. But
How
my
would
job
that
is
affect your enforcement efforts?
depends
If
on
all,
what the
if all
board.
the grows were illegal, how would that affect your enforcement efforts with the resources you have available?
With the resources I have available right now, we're going to continue to move forward like we are doing right now. It wouldn't change the way we're doing business. We would continue to move forward. Our job is to protect this community, and that's what we're going to do. And with code compliance assisting, because they're still going to be part of it, because 806 is still going to be part of that, we would still be moving in a forward direction. I would think that some of the illegal growers would leave. I would think that the legal growers would leave and find other avenues to grow their product. So that would leave us with just the illegal growers. And we would continue to move forward as we are now. It's not going to change the way I do business.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Any other questions? Supervisor Tofinelli.
Yeah, I have a question, and thanks for the questions you guys asked because it was on my list. But,
Speaking in the mic for me, please.
I have.
Thank you.
You had up there on your slides a list of recommendations.
Yeah.
Or a wish list that you'd like to see done. One of them was setting up a fund. Is there some number that you have to initially start that fund in your head that you?
Which fund are we talking about? I think there was 4 of them up there.
Well, there was one for eradication.
Go back to that.
Well, we'd have a
It
short
was the
break
very
here.
first one, I think, on the list that you said set up a fund. Funding source for criminal, environmental, and community quality of life issues.
No, that's the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
That one.
That one right there.
Part of that funding source could come from the asset forfeiture program.
But if we were to initially set up a fund, because the asset forfeiture isn't going to be just appear, there would have to be some initial funding in that. So what I'm getting at is, do you have a number somewhere that you've thought about to set up and establish that fund?
I do not have a number at all.
Okay, all right. That's fair, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take just a quick note here. Supervisor Clapp has joined us. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I appreciate your emergency status. I'd like to note that our general manager from CCWD is sitting back there. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, Dave. Any other further questions of the sheriff? And Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just have a follow-up question to your question. Sheriff, you said that your programs would continue the way they are, but part of your MET team, marijuana enforcement team, is funded by cannabis dollars.
Correct.
How could you proceed the way you are now if those dollars don't exist?
I
We'd
would hope-
obviously have to shift things, correct?
I would hope that the board would continue with the marijuana enforcement team. It would have to be a general fund contribution, obviously.
Okay, so not exactly how we're doing it today, but
Yeah.
you could, if you had the money, continue the way you are,
Yes.
but without the code enforcement aspect to your team, because they would not have the money. Is that correct, Mr. Renner?
Well, that's up to Mr. Renner on whether he wanted to dedicate somebody to that.
Right.
So hypothetically, I'm thinking the question is, there's a ban, there's no longer funding. That's the route I'm taking the question. That would drastically impact the way code enforces the civil side of this program. I would lose 3 officers right off the top. And the actual, the abatements and the workload would, in my view, become unmanageable.
So it would not be work as normal unless we found the money.
It would definitely not work as well, absolutely.
Thank you.
I know you have something to say, Supervisor Mills.
Well,
I was going to ask you.
again, I have to revert to whatever the costs of abatement are, there should be a cost recovery. I mean, if you're in environmental health, you are a zero taker against the general fund, in essence. Building department, pretty much the same way. You don't take a lot of money from the general fund. So whatever it costs, those costs should be truly vetted out and borne by those people to which you're providing the service to do it. So I just want to be sure that, like if you're a contractor, for instance, and you're doing a project, do you not have to bond that? Do you not have to bond that project to ensure that you do what you say you're going to do? That's one of the fallacies of the UO is that we never ensured through any kind of financial mechanism that there would be a cost or a cost recovery as part of those who did not comply but applied. So I just want to make that clear that that's part of Section 250 of the original urgency ordinance that required a nexus study, was never done. So we really have no idea on costs, current costs or future costs, because we haven't even looked back there.
Well, I can't speak to environmental health because I don't know what they have available to them, if they have any funding that they can receive. As far as the Sheriff's Department goes, and I've said this many times, there is no outside funding source for the Sheriff's Office to go after marijuana. The Cole memo has resolved that issue back in 2013. The state has been very adamant about saying that they are not going to help anybody with marijuana. They're there to regulate their program, and that's it. So, and again, I've said this before in public forum, and I'll say it again, if somebody knows where I can come up with some money, either outside of this room, to do this, please tell me, because I don't know where it's at. Because the state's not going to help and the feds aren't going to help. The bottom line is my job is to protect the citizens, and I'm going to continue to do that. Now, without the regulation fees, it might take me a little bit longer, but I am still going to be moving in a forward direction.
Just one more question. You mentioned asset forfeiture, and obviously liens would be put on the property to cover the cost of abatement. What is let's assume people walk, since they've already fled their property, and we're cleaning it up. Under a lien, how long would it take us to get that money back, to go into regular due process?
That's not a question for me.
Counsel?
Well, abatement costs can be subject to a special assessment and can be paid right off the tax rolls. And if they just don't pay their taxes and they bail, the lien just gets in line behind existing liens behind the first mortgage or second mortgage. And with fines, those require a judgment, then a judgment lien, and those also get in line behind any other existing liens. And the difference between civil enforcement and cost recovery and criminal enforcement and cost recovery is that there is no cost recovery in criminal enforcement. It's just straight expenditures. And so if we have a civil enforcement program, it could eventually start to pay for itself, but I think at least 3 of Mike's employees are paid straight out of the marijuana program fee fund. And without that fund, you can't issue citations.
My understanding is that to take that lien and turn it into money, for example, the county taking back the property and having a tax sale, it could be up to 5 years process.
That's correct.
So we have to carry that note for 5 years.
Yeah, an assessment lien also is not generated until we make demand on the person and then they refuse to pay, then it becomes an assessment lien. So presumably we would collect some of the money upon demand. And presumably we could also engage in aggressive fine enforcement and collection going that route
But
as
there's a
well.
due process before we take somebody's property.
Correct, there is, yes. Oh, yeah,
Constitution guarantees
in a tax sale typically does happen within 5 years, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Toffenhauer.
Mr. Renner, you mentioned 3 code enforcement officers as part of that program. Do you know the annual cost of those 3?
I should. We just did the budget, but not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I'll find out. Thank you.
I'll get it to you.
Sheriff, would you lose any deputy positions in addition to code compliance?
As it stands right now, I have 4 vacant positions. However, actually I have 5 because I just had one that quit and went to San Joaquin County. So I have 5 vacant positions, and I have 3 people in the academy, and I'm actually going next week down to the academy to try and recruit 2 more to fill those 5 positions that y'all gave me for my recruit program. So once those recruits come out and they're sworn deputies, that would fill me to the position I'm at right now, which would be full at 51 deputies. Now, let me be clear on those positions. I have 51 deputy positions. However, I have 4 people in the courts working, and then I have 4 people in my MET team. So there's 8 positions. Those 8 positions are the 8 positions that are no longer in existence. The ones I talked about that were frozen years ago. So technically, if I hired these recruits and the marijuana ordinance went away, unless you folks gave me my 8 positions back that were taken years ago, I would have to lay off 8 people because I wouldn't have positions for them.
And that's worst case scenario?
Well,
Or is that real life?
No, that's real life. Unless you gave me those 8 positions, I would have 8 positions that I would have nowhere to put them. So 8 deputies would be laid off, along with 2 sheriff's techs that are doing the paperwork for Mr. Crabtree here. So it'd be a total of 10 people that I would be laying off.
Any other further questions of the sheriff and the Met team, Supervisor? I got that right. Thank you very much. Next presenter, if there is one. Okay, tell you what, we may need some setup time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break to give our Madam Clerk a chance to catch her breath.
So just to make a quick announcement, there's a car in the parking lot. If you are the proud owner of a gray Mercedes 300D, your lights are on.
And if that's your car, your taxes are going up.
And for staff, if one of you is answering a question, if you could pass the microphone down and speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's how this next segment's going to go. We've got our panel here, our staff, we've got the board. I'm going to ask that concentrate on the questions that you need. You'll be able to ask questions of individuals, but you'll have a 3-minute time limit. So if you have several people going to speak on one topic, I suggest you schedule them to address different issues on that topic to make this thing really constructive and make it effective. Is everybody in agreement with that? Excellent. And if we can remember respect for the speakers and respect for the chambers, I appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
I believe that we're going to continue with staff presentations.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Ms. Moss, how are you?
Hi, I'm Julie Moss Lewis. I'm a Deputy County Counsel. I am here on behalf of my office as well as on behalf of the Planning Department. Unfortunately, Mr. Maurer is out of town, So to the best of my ability, I will try to field questions that might be better directed to him. I can't promise how effective I'll be at that, but I will give it my all. I want to I'm basically just going to present how the ban ordinance works and try to put that into plain English, try to explain some of the things that have to be included as part of state law, and as well as some of the areas where the board has decisions it can make about what it wants in it. So currently, our office was directed to draft a complete ban of commercial uses. Our interpretation of the direction was that for now we were to leave the dispensary ordinance alone, which is a separate chapter. So I want to go through, I'll go into the dispensaries a little bit because I know that's been a question that a number of the members of the public have had. I'll discuss briefly how commercial cultivation is treated in the draft ordinance, how other cannabis businesses besides cultivation and dispensaries are treated, and I'll talk a little bit about personal cultivation of medical and recreational cannabis under the draft ordinance. So this ordinance, as currently drafted, does not change anything in Chapter 17.9.1, which was a pre-existing 2005 ordinance that regulated medical cannabis dispensaries. That was in existence far before the urgency ordinance, and so we didn't make any changes to that right now. The board certainly could do that if it wishes to, and if the board does decide to make changes to that section, then we would come back with amendments to both 17.9.5 and to 17.9.1. Okay, so what I have drafted is basically a replacement, a complete replacement of Chapter 17.9.5, the urgency ordinance as it exists now. That would go away and be rescinded, and this new substitute ordinance would be adopted in its place. So starting with dispensaries, the three medical dispensaries that are currently operating under administrative use permits under Chapter 17.9.1 would continue to be allowed to operate the same way that they already do under that chapter as the ordinance is written right now, although state law would require them to get a dispensary license when the licensure scheme is up and running. And please do keep in mind that Chapter 17.9.1 in our county only allows for medical cannabis dispensaries. It is important to note that non-medical cannabis dispensaries, which are dispensaries selling recreational cannabis, would remain prohibited under the current draft of the ordinance. Okay, and to the board, if the board thinks that language needs to be changed or strengthened, that could also be done. Okay. Another thing to keep in mind is that even if the dispensary ordinance is not changed, under current state law, medical cannabis dispensaries and commercial cultivators of medical cannabis that are part and parcel of a dispensary will be still required to get a state license, which will not be issued unless the county signs off that they're compliant with the local permitting scheme, and that's for medical cannabis dispensaries. Recreational cannabis does not require that express permission from the county. So to the extent the board wishes to maintain medical cannabis dispensaries, they will be required to get a state license as well with our blessing. Our current dispensary ordinance currently requires annual administrative use permits, which operate as another level of compliance check. And again, if the board does wish to change the dispensary ordinance, we can bring that back as well, along with Chapter 17.9.5 changes. Okay, moving on to commercial cultivation. The current draft of the ordinance would ban all commercial cannabis cultivation, both indoor and outdoor. That's how it's currently drafted. There are some differences between medical and recreational cannabis when it comes to state licensure. As I mentioned before, state licenses for medical cannabis businesses require local permission first. State licenses for recreational cannabis businesses can be issued by the state without first obtaining local permission. So there is a difference in the timing right now as the law is written between recreational and medical. Either way, the county can still prohibit all commercial cannabis farms and other commercial cannabis operations within its boundaries if it chooses to do so. But again, with medical cannabis, there needs to actually be express local permission before a state license can be issued. So we could potentially have, under the current ordinance, people who come forward with state licenses trying to argue that they're allowed to grow under their state license, but the local jurisdiction is allowed to prohibit those commercial uses locally as well, okay, regardless of whether they have a state license. Okay. Under the ordinance as drafted, all cannabis farm registrations or application pending certificates that are currently in existence will expire 90 days after the ordinance goes into effect, which means they would have to stop all cultivation activities by that time. This is something that the 90-day leeway period was anticipated in the urgency ordinance, and we're carrying that through here in the current draft ban. A permanent ordinance becomes effective 30 days after it is adopted by the board. So the date of enactment is actually 30 days after adoption. So effectively, this would mean cannabis farmers will have 4 months to stop all cultivation activities after the day the board adopts the draft ban. Okay, for those growers who did not have their registrations denied or rescinded, the way the ordinance is drafted now, the county will inform the state that the reason they're not allowed to grow locally anymore is simply because the county changed the laws. And the reason for that is because medical cannabis growers do need the county's blessing that they're compliant with local laws before they can get a state license under the current state law. And because we have issued temporary permission to grow, and we're taking it away, we would want to make sure that the state understands that these people who actually applied and did not get rejected, they did not, through any fault of their own, have their license or their permission taken away. And so in fairness to them, we would let the state know that this was a political decision, policy decision made by the board, and they would be able to then get a state license and move elsewhere and not have any impediment to getting a license for growing elsewhere. Okay, other cannabis businesses besides cultivation and dispensaries, under the current draft ordinance, all of the other commercial cannabis operations that the state has legalized and is licensing would also be prohibited within the county. That would include manufacturing, including edibles, hash oil, etc., laboratory testing, wholesale distribution and storage, wholesale transportation, and cannabis nurseries. Things to keep in mind that the state requires, state law currently prohibits the county from banning any through traffic on public roads by licensed transporters that are delivering cannabis from one county to another. But the ordinance would prohibit delivering wholesale product to or from points within the county. Also, if the county wants to continue allowing medical cannabis dispensaries to operate, but wants to prohibit them from delivering product to patients, it's important to understand that delivery is different from distribution or transportation under state law. If the county wishes to ban delivery, it will need to expressly do so in either the dispensary ordinance or in the current ban ordinance. State law says that the default is delivery is allowed unless a local jurisdiction expressly bans it. For personal cultivation of medical and recreational cannabis, this is an area where current state law is in flux. We had a statutory change with the Medical Cannabis Regulation and Safety Act, and then we had recently Prop 64, which has some different ways of handling personal use, personal cultivation. So right now we have 2 separate tracks for these, which the state is trying to harmonize, and I expect in the next several months some laws will come out that will further harmonize these things, because there's some non-intuitive state law that's in play right now that the board should be aware of. For example, a medical cannabis patient can grow up to 100 square feet of canopy for personal use under state law, but counties do have the right to ban all cultivation of medical cannabis, even for personal use. Under Prop 64, for recreational cannabis, state law does not allow counties to ban recreational cannabis cultivation. So we have an ironic situation where the county can ban all medical use, but can't ban 6 recreational plants. That's where we are right now. I don't expect that to stay the law, but that is the law right now. This current draft of the ordinance, because that it doesn't seem consistent, and I don't think that that disconnect is going to remain the law, I've drafted this so that 6 plants is 6 plants, whether it's recreational or medical. It would be up to the board. The board could choose right now to ban the 6 medical plants if it wanted to, but to remain consistent, it's been drafted where there's just 6 plants indoors allowed, the minimum requirements under state law for recreational under Prop 64. And basically, I just added medical as well to that. Again, that's a board decision. Under Prop 64, the recreational cannabis that has to be allowed, the state requires the counties to allow this to be grown indoors or in an accessory structure to a dwelling. And beyond that, the county can impose reasonable regulations on how that's grown and how that works from a safety perspective. Counties can still prohibit outdoor cultivation of recreational cannabis, and so this current ordinance allows only 6 plants indoors, which is the minimum under state law. Okay. Also, the counties can limit the number of plants grown indoors to 6 per residence, regardless of how many recreational cannabis users live in the residence. So currently drafted, the ordinance limits the plants to 6 per residence, regardless of how many people are living there, and regardless of whether they're medical or recreational users. Let's see. Okay, unlike medical cannabis, state law concerning recreational cannabis focuses on the number of plants as opposed to the canopy size. So this is another disconnect. For medical cannabis, it's 100 square feet of total canopy area. For recreational cannabis, under state law, it's 6 plants. And so the way this ordinance is written, there is a 6 plant limit, but for those who are growing medically, they are also required to keep those 6 plants within 100 square feet as required under state law. Okay, also there are differences in the state law when it comes to the age at which a person can grow or use medical versus recreational cannabis. Medical cannabis patients can grow and use cannabis under state law at 18 years of age and even younger with parental permission. But for recreational cannabis, cultivation is not allowed or used until age 21. So, and so the ordinance reflects those limits. The draft ordinance attempts to limit cultivation of medical and recreational cannabis to the fullest extent allowed under state law, while also imposing reasonable regulations to protect health and safety. So as drafted now, and the board has wide discretion to change a lot of these things. One thing that the board does not have discretion, nor would I expect it would want to change, is that landlords can always prevent the cultivation of cannabis on their own properties. So regardless of what the board puts in place or whether the 6 plants are allowed, a property owner can prohibit all cultivation, smoking of cannabis, etc., within their own building or property. That is also reflected in state law. With respect to personal cannabis cultivation, the ordinance allows no more than 6 plants per private residence, regardless of whether it is grown for medical or recreational purposes, regardless of how many cannabis users live in the residence, regardless of whether the plants are grown inside the residence or in an accessory structure, and regardless of the size or maturity of the plants. So it's been drafted strictly to comport with the minimum requirements of state law. If someone is growing medical cannabis either personally or as a caretaker, their 6 plants must also remain within the state law canopy size limits for medical cannabis. That's what I mentioned before. The private residence must be a lawful permitted dwelling in order to count for purposes of growing the 6 plants. I believe that's a reasonable regulation that the county could defend. If the grower does not own the residence, he or she must first obtain and keep on the premises express written permission from the landowner agreeing to both the cannabis cultivation and any material changes to the property that would be necessary to grow those plants. And while these following situations are rare, I know it's happened, and that's why I wrote this. If someone owns a residence but not the land it is situated on, the same thing applies. There needs to be express landlord permission kept on the premises. The documents showing landowner permission would need to be shown to an enforcement officer on request. The person growing the cannabis must live in a lawful permanent dwelling on the parcel where the growing will occur, and the dwelling must be up to code. In the event that they are qualified under the disaster recovery ordinance, a temporary dwelling would suffice. And then there are numerous additional health and safety requirements that are written in plain English and easy to see that are listed in the about screening and all of that that I think are easy to just read in the ordinance. There is another section of the ordinance which is about remediation and restoration of former cannabis cultivation sites. The ordinance requires owners of parcels containing former cannabis cultivation sites to take specific steps to remediate and restore the land beginning immediately after enactment of the ordinance. And then they will have 6 months, 180 days after the ordinance is enacted to come into full compliance with the remediation provisions. Again, a permanent ordinance becomes effective 30 days after it's adopted by the board. So there would be another month after the date of adoption beyond that 180 days. And this part of the ordinance for cleaning up, this is in part to mitigate some of the environmental impacts that are part and parcel with the EIR. This program would help deal with the impacts of having abandoned farms in light of a ban. And so while the owner and the applicant, the registrant, would be jointly and severally liable, they would both, in other words, be responsible for any enforcement costs or fines that occur. It would ultimately fall on the property owner, as with most code compliance issues, it would ultimately fall on the property owner to clean up the site, because we anticipate a number of the growers leaving in the event of a ban ordinance. So basically, this part of the ordinance would apply to cannabis cultivation sites where the cultivation had been occurring within 2 years of the date the ordinance was enacted, regardless of whether the cultivation was occurring legally or not. So the owner, it would be incumbent on the owner to know whether there was growing on their site over the last 2 years, and to make sure that steps to remediate the site began immediately after the ordinance was passed. We do have it so that if somebody brought a property where there was a growth 30 years ago that has grown over since then and nothing has happened for over 2 years, and the property owner had no reason to know about it, these property owners would not be impacted, because we can presume that the grow that happened 30 years ago had nothing to do with the ordinance adoption we're talking about today. So the remediation requirements as drafted would apply regardless of whether any grading permits or building permits were issued to prepare or develop the cultivation site. If any permits did issue, which impose conditions that were to occur after cannabis activity has ceased, those conditions would have to be complied with. If any cannabis cultivation related development or site prep occurred on the parcel which required a permit, but for which a permit was never applied for or received, the landowner would have to apply for and receive a permit for these things that were done already, even though no cultivation would be occurring, and they would have to comply with all the conditions imposed. And finally, there are a number of soil erosion and water quality control conditions that would have to be complied with, as well as regulations concerning waste removal, removal of temporary structures such as hoop houses, et cetera, which are, I think, pretty clear in the ordinance that would have to be complied with. So it's a very strict draft ordinance, and again, in conjunction with the consultants who are working on the environmental document, the remediation provisions were added as well in order to comply with CEQA. So anyway, that is what it says. And again, the board, of course, has wide discretion to decide whether most of these provisions stay in or not. I think I've covered the areas where the state has preempted the field, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Questions of the board?
I've always got questions, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
That's what you're here for, Supervisor Durham.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moss. I appreciate you were directed to come up with a total, complete scorched earth ban, and we've got it. So you did as the board directed. I did have one question, though. On the remediation piece, and as it applies to CEQA, I certainly would understand that regarding the illegal grow. But if you have a legal business licensed by the state, by the county, to grow cannabis, and you terraced it with your permits, and then we took away your legal right to do that, you are telling us that they are required to restore the land to the original state. That, in my mind, that'd be like licensing a dance hall, and then when we decide we're not going to dance anymore in this county, you have to tear the dance hall down and put the property back in its original pre-building state. Am I understanding that correctly?
So, again, the EIR parts, I'll be honest with you, and I know this sounds like a cop-out, I wasn't involved in a great deal of that process. I wish Mr. Maurer were here. I can tell you there were reasons to recommend it this way. I will remind you that the landowner, as opposed to the grower, would ultimately be responsible. I realize that that is sometimes the same person, but ultimately the board would get to adopt what it considered to be reasonable mitigation measures, and so the board would have discretion to change that, although again, I would recommend that the board consult with Mr. Maurer and with the CEQA consultants before making a final decision. But that is not something that's required overtly under state law. Again, I think it was a bit of a balancing act to come up with what would be adequate mitigation measures. So it's debatable, and it's open to the board's discretion.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, there's a couple things here. Into the urgency ordinance 1795, it talks about the 90-day shutdown window, but that's still within the board's discretion of whether or not we want to accept that or we want to alter that as part of the ban. Am I correct?
The board would have discretion. This is a tough question. I don't want to get too deep into the legal quagmire that enters, because you can argue, right, that the permanent ordinance fully supersedes the prior ordinance. The prior ordinance did say that there would be 90 days to comply with whatever permanent ordinance we came up with. So it's been yes, the answer is yes. The board has discretion. However, it was stated in the urgency ordinance that there would be a 90-day period to comply.
Okay, thank you. The other part too is we're talking about 6 plants per residence where you have multiple residences on a single APN. Or in the case we've had to modify post-Butte fire, the residences that people were dragging in because they weren't there at the time of the fire. They bought the property, now they're dragging in trailers, et cetera. Just how many plants are we going to allow on an APN, not so much how many plants are we going to allow at a residence, because you have multifamily residential in parts of the county, and to what degree are we going to control, limit, or adjust that?
The state law, as it's written in the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, actually does say 6 plants per residence. And so it appears that that is something that would not be within the board's discretion, although a landlord could have control. So if a landlord had multi-unit housing and was not comfortable with that, the private property owner would be able to prevent that, but not the county. That's my interpretation of state law.
It's kind of the way I'm seeing it too. The other part that is option K in 17.95 in the draft ban ordinance we talked about cultivators for dispensaries. The concern is, what exactly is that if they decide to invoke option K, maybe it's 1791 I'm thinking of, to invoke that piece, where are we going to then have a loophole in our land use ruling so that they can say, well, we're growing on behalf of dispensaries, so therefore we have a right to 99 plants on this particular parcel?
Well, that would be completely up to the board. The board, there is no rule in state law that the dispensaries have to be kept open. The direction as our office interpreted it was to simply replace 1795 with another 1795. And as the prior board did before, they left the dispensary ordinance alone. So the board could choose to amend the dispensary ordinance to ban dispensaries, amortize the 3 existing ones, or it could clarify that the cultivation has to be on site and has to be within a certain limit. So a lot of that is very much up to the board.
Okay, that's what I was seeing too, is growing on site is what option K was talking about. So we just want to be sure that we haven't opened a door here.
Option K, can you point me to, I just want to make sure I'm looking.
I'm not certain it was 1791 or 1795 that had it.
1791.
91? 1791 option K.
Option K. Right. Right, and so the 1791K right now, yeah, limits them to 6 to 12 plants per qualified patient to be cultivated on the premises, and they have to be in an indoor secured site acceptable to the county sheriff, that's neither visible to nor accessible by the public. So there are definitely still some rules in place on that. It's not, it could be limited by the size of the building. The sheriff has a say. They also do have an administrative use permit that needs to be renewed annually, and so if conditions are such that there are some difficulties with how the site is operating, those can be addressed during the AUP phase as well. But yes, if the board wanted to ban cultivation at dispensaries, it could.
And that is my concern, if a dispensary claims they have 2,300 patients. And
Right, I mean, the
you
board
could
could do
suddenly
that.
spiral out of control here very quickly within the rules that we have now. So I just want to be sure that that is brought up. Lastly, the state, I was in the hearing back when I was on CCWD, talking about the state's responsibility and their roles at DWR and how they were going to be able to regulate or control or actually even inspect these various permits that they've cost people $10,000 to get. And yet they openly stated at that time, and this is something that people really need to understand, don't be comforted with the idea the state has the ability to control or regulate or check anything, because they admitted that to us openly at that time. So we want to be certain that whatever we do is defensible and able to be taken care of here locally, and not rely on the state to be our backstop, because they're not going to be when the time really comes. I just want to make that point very clear. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Any further questions of Ms. Moss by the board? Thank you, Ms. Moss. Very informative. Any other presentation by the tabled panel? Seeing none, I'll bring it to CAO Lutz.
If I may, Mr. Chair, we had scheduled community partner input. I'd be happy to go into my piece real quick, but I also know that we had CCWD here, and I didn't want to, if he might have other commitments this evening, offer him an opportunity to address the board.
We could do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lutz, and Chair of the Board, members of the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate that. I'll be very brief. I just want to let you know that I'm Dave Egerton, General Manager of Calaveras County Water District. We've had workshops on the issues of impacts to water supply and water quality in either scenario, whether it's permitted or it's illegal grows, illicit grows, whether in the context of during a permitted system or if it is prohibited. And our perspective is we just want to see that those impacts are adequately addressed, and so for that reason, we're going to be submitting comments on the draft EIR. I think our position is really we want to communicate that whatever the option is that's being evaluated, all the alternatives, that the impacts to water supply, water quality are truly analyzed thoroughly and properly addressed, and whatever pathway is chosen, that there is adequate regulatory framework and the resources behind that to make sure that we are protecting our valuable water resources, because obviously, as we saw in the sheriff's presentation, there are some pretty terrible effects of this to our water supply with illegal diversions and sedimentation and all the different chemicals being introduced into the watershed, and that's obviously a big concern to us. This is our source water for our county. It's our future, and we want to make sure that we preserve that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you. I'll be fairly brief, and I realized part of this would have covered well under the abatement discussion, but I also didn't want to stop the flow of dialogue. So really my intent was to provide the board and the public an overview of currently what positions we have set up with addressing cannabis, and this really goes to the abatement and registration program, and the estimated budget that we'd be looking at going into next year. Currently, we have a total of 26 positions that have been allocated to the cannabis program through, and this was again going over for the last fiscal year. Of those, 12 are allocated to the sheriff's department, with 3 currently being vacant. Then 5 are allocated to planning, with 1 currently vacant. 3 are allocated to building, all of those are currently filled. 3 to environmental health, and 2 of those are currently vacant. In agriculture, ag commissioner, we have 1 position, county council 1 position, and administration 1 position. And all of those positions are filled on those last 3. That brings us to our total of 26 total positions, with 6 of those being vacant. So right now we have 20 allocated workers that are actively working on the abatement. As the sheriff pointed out, that doesn't mean that regular deputies or other assigned sheriff personnel aren't also working on it. There's going to be some overlap, but those are the ones that we specifically targeted toward the program. And our requested expenses within the program, again, primarily you're looking at a lot of personnel positions. In the sheriff's department, the request for next year was $1.175 million. For planning is $323,900. For environmental health, $269,600. For building, $230,000. Administration, $100,000, which is partially the clerk, but then also hearing officers for the 8.06. County council, $96,960. Agriculture commissioner, $55,000, and tax collector also $55,000. And tax collector wasn't noted there. Part of that's equipment upgrades and other necessities as a result of the incoming amounts of cash that the tax collector's having to process.
What's the total request?
Total request, $2,306,923.
And that is the cost for next year.
That is the requested cost of the program this year. I'm working with departments, quite honestly, at this point. That total cost exceeds what we have remaining from the collected fees through the current urgency ordinance. I met with the sheriff today. We talked about maybe swapping out some of the positions they have in there for one higher level position. Again, trying to look at areas where we can bring us back within what we've collected thus far to continue our abatement efforts. Beyond that, again, trying to stay as 40,000 foot level of the program. I really wanted to just provide an overview of our abatement program as currently budgeted, and can answer questions if the board would like.
Just to clarify, CAO, this $2.3 million, this is for budget year 16-17, correct? To finish this year?
This is for budget year 17-18.
17-18.
This is what has been put in for a request. For clarification's sake, because that does bring up, year to date this year, we have spent $1.8 million, and that is in the 16-17 budget. I would expect that number to probably go up more as we get closing out of the June. So obviously that's going to be year to date through last Friday.
Thank you, sir. Any other staff presentations? Supervisor Garamendi, do you have a comment?
No, I have questions.
Sure.
We're gonna, Tim, just so I'm clear, unless this board comes up with $2.3 million for activities next year, 17-18, it's not going to be business as normal. We'll lay off 20 people, correct?
At this point, if we didn't have an alternative funding source, those positions have been identified as funded through the cannabis funds.
So they will no longer exist unless we find $2.3 million in our general fund.
Or other funds,
Or
but
other
yes.
funds. So I would obviously not allow us to do the eradication. State the obvious.
Okay. For any other presenters, at this time, I think we'll open it up to public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you'll have 3 minutes. You can ask questions of the panel and the board, and no more than 5 people, please, standing in line. And once that happens, please replace the person who has finished speaking.
Okay. First, I want to apologize
Shannon.
for
Thank
being
you.
out of order. I thought the public comment was going to start at 6 o'clock, but I apologize to the board and the public.
That's quite all right, sir.
Anyway, I have a friend who has a close relative who went from marijuana to hard drugs, and he considers marijuana a gateway drug. I asked my friend, well, did your relative also consume alcohol? He said his answer was, I think we should ban that too. Well, I think we all know how well our efforts to ban alcohol during Prohibition worked out. It was a disaster. Crime was higher during Prohibition, alcohol-related crime, than it was before or after. Anyway, moving on, Time magazine reported on a study some years ago, less than 10% of those who drank alcohol and or partake of marijuana went on to be hooked on the hard drugs. And 10% to me does not indicate a gateway. I think actually it's personal, mental, or physical problems causes someone to open that gate to the hard drugs. And as far as crime increase, I think that's another concern. Looking at Washington State might be worthwhile. The state legalized commercial and recreational marijuana in 2012. Marijuana-related arrests have increased somewhat, as well as Washington's overall crime rate. However, Washington's overall crime rate increase was just about in sync with the entire United States crime increase. It has gone up noticeably in the last few years. And if we're would having a ban reduce usage or availability? I think there's no doubt that it wouldn't reduce availability. I think the sheriff will agree with that. Marijuana has been available forever, and laws against it have not really accomplished anything. We've spent $1 trillion or more on our failed war on drugs, so it doesn't make any sense to me to have a ban on marijuana. And if we do legalize the usage, the sheriff will probably have the ability to hire more deputies and pay them a little more in order to try to retain them. And if not, it sounds like the county's going to have a major problem. I see my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Like Maya Angelou, and still I rise. I rose, I might. Haven't seen you since the White Pines was open.
That's right.
And you bought me a drink. And I said my famous band, Burn Day, each of whose members lost their home in the Butte fire, myself included. I said we might help you in your campaign. Sorry about that. I got to watch my neighborhood burn from in Mountain Ranch from an intensive care bed around the corner. So I had a heck of a week. Anyway, I was up here, before I moved here from Oakland, I was here as part of a biogeography project at UC Berkeley, studying the Calaveras foothills, native plants, especially the rare and endangered ones, after the Old Gulch Fire. And I studied plants there between Sheep Ranch and Murphy's. And now I'm studying them in Mountain Ranch on my burned out property. I'm trying to rebuild there. I realize that the whole county is kind of clogged up with the cannabis thing. You know, I've got an orchard planted, and I'm working on all the permits and everything. But my caregiver and his son, who's taken a year's leave from the iron workers, where he was working on the bypass in Angels to help his father grow a small garden. We provide cannabis and have for years to my brother's VA combat veterans group at the San Francisco VA at no cost to them. Now we just have to, or they do, I guess, get rid of enough of it to pay all these fees. I have a couple of questions. Is there a representative of the environmental health here still? Okay. I just spoke with the guy from the water company, and he said they do have some statistics on water quality. You guys are expressing some concern about the potential adverse impact on the water in the county. Do we have any baseline measurements? I remember there was a controversy with SPI years ago about testing all the streams because they use herbicides extensively. And I suggest that before we start villainizing these growers for ruining the water, that we need to get some baseline measurements of that water first. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I believe State Water Quality Control Board has a hand in that. So I'll double check and get back to you.
Right.
Thank
But we need, if we're going to say that there's a difference, you know, that they're having an adverse impact on it, we need to know what we're starting with.
I'll research that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Will Moore, live in Rangeville, Calaveras in District 5. Have some literature for you guys, and seems to me that most of the problems that the sheriff presented and most of the costs that this gentleman presented all relate to the ban. It looks to me like you guys are working very hard at converting an asset to a liability. You guys are creating the problems that you're worried about. Why is this agriculture, why is pot agriculture any different than viticulture or any other kind of agriculture? There's only so many things you can do in Calaveras County. Speaking of agriculture, so anyhow, I think you should take advantage of the asset while you have it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have this extra 2 minutes? Just saying. Hi, my name is Bill. I'm in District 2. I'm a county-approved grower, and I've hired 8 people, 6 from in-county. They're all W-9. They're 1099 independent contractors, okay? I am a legal grower. I just don't understand why one decision is better than the other, to ban or to open it up. Why can't we solve this problem with a compromise? No one favor over the other. No one has talked about this possibility. Californians in 2016 voted for Prop 64, which allows for recreational use, and the state and the counties to regulate it. We are looking at the end of prohibition on cannabis, just like alcohol in the early 1900s. I'm sure some of you have a drink once in a while, beer, wine, or liquor. I was a bartender for 15 years, and alcohol is far worse in many aspects than cannabis is. Alcohol is actually a gateway drug. When you get drunk, you do a lot of weird things. Let's compromise. You have 700 plus or minus applicants. Some were approved, some were denied. What if you were to put a cap on the amount of cultivation licenses, whether it's 200, whether it's 500? Whatever the number is, cap it. And as far as the RR, don't totally ban it from RR, but put an acreage limitation of 10 acres or 5 acres. This way you protect neighbors with children, okay? Increase the acreage. Don't go 2 acres. 2 acres, people are putting a lot of cannabis on 2 acres. Manage it. You have the ability to manage it. Don't ban it. Don't open it up, but compromise. Work with it. Supervisor Mills, remember me and you, we spoke when you were on the campaign trail. I think you remember me. I was watering, okay? You do remember me. And you didn't speak of your views at that time, kind of misleading me, okay? Let's see, your town has done what they should do. They banned it, okay? You cannot grow legally in the city of Angeles Camp. Copperopolis and Valley Springs could do the same thing. There are many ways for people to protect their communities and not just ruin the whole county. With the tax revenue from limited grows, you could generate up to 11 to 24 million. This year, Prop C passed $45 per pound. If I was to hit my goal this year, I would owe you guys $40,500 myself. I heard a lot of positions I would be funding myself, okay? If everybody else was to hit their goals and you had 350 farms, that means $14.75 million into your coffers. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to benefit from it. Creating a new tax base without burdening the existing one, which will happen with a ban or bankruptcy.
Thank you, sir.
Make the right decision.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Wilson, District 1. Good evening, Board. We gather here tonight to consider how to kill yet more business in Calaveras County. The inclusion of the 3 dispensaries in the Calaveras County Great Ban that the 3 of you have some reason for just needing to do, who, by the way, are doing business and have done business, those 3 dispensaries, with no complaint to selling to minors, throwing samples out the window as they drive by the schools, or anything else. I'm sure if we'd have had a problem with one of the dispensaries doing something illegal, we would have heard about it, just as we would have heard about those people having registered grows going out here with their AK-47s to greet the inspectors when they came out to inspect their property. We can't even get inspections done because the sheriff department is not funded well enough to present an officer. We had to go out and contract with the CHP to do that. Our local tax measure C passed with 67% of the vote. That was to tax and regulate, not ban. Prop 64 passed with 57% of a vote approval. 3 of you have vowed to ban no matter what. You've directed county council to create this ban. You're going to take and have a possible 20% of the money from Prop 64 that would go to law enforcement for eradication. With your ban of outdoor growing, we get no Prop 64 money, not a dime. But you want to rob the county coffers of the tax money that would be paid in Measure C taxes, an estimated $60,000 from just one dispensary, and $5.5 million due this June 14th from the registered growers. Those are the ones that are already licensed. You don't want to include any of the ones that you've kicked out, yet out of the 1,500, 600 illegal grows, you would rather ban than even open registration again and bring those people into compliance and the tax base. The slightest non-compliance issue, you throw out those people. You don't give them a chance to make those changes or get that tax stamp. In fact, you, the county, have been in violation since September 7th. You never issued a business license, although in section 17.95.165 in 5A, receipt of a current valid business license pursuant to chapter 5.04 of the Calaveras County Code was due September 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Catherine Darmer. I live in District 2. I lost a house in the fire. I almost lost my house that I live in the fire. I work in the building department, so I've had an opportunity to see this from all different directions. Thanks to some of these folks over here, they listed my neighborhood in the ban meetings. And right now I'm surrounded by them. And if a ban goes forward, I'm going to have to sell my house. My children are already telling me that I am not safe living in my neighborhood anymore. Having 10 less deputies doesn't make me feel any safer. I sincerely hope that you think of the ramifications for people that are living in the middle of this. We want you to regulate and not ban. It scares me to death to think of what can happen. I am very fearful of this. If I have to sell my house, where am I going to move? Buy another place in Calaveras County? No. If I have no place to live here, I'm going to have to leave my job as well. Please consider this heartily. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Michael Magana, President of Calaveras SEIU Local 1021. I'll make a brief statement before I go into the point of tonight's subject. The last time I came to address you, I faced resistance from Mr. Oliveira, the board chair and county council, to allow me to speak. My hope was to make sure that the over 250 union members felt heard and supported. Instead, you insulted many county employees, and as someone stated, it was a slap in the face to SEIU. In fact, Mr. Oliveira, you gave me a word of caution when I was finally given an opportunity to speak, and I want to give you a word of caution to you, Mr. Oliveira, and to the board. that we will not be silenced. And when you bet against our members, you will lose. But now we know why, in enacting this ban, what you hope to do. It's to pull from the general fund to the community. What does that mean? It means more county jobs and less services that impact our communities. The substandard wages and benefits, along with workloads for county workers, has created a retention crisis. This explains why since 2013 there has been 50% turnover rate in our bargaining unit. We have 70 budgeted positions, but they're vacant, worth $3.3 million, and you have an assessor, like I've said before, that is 3,000 parcels behind. I hear that may be more. That is not bringing revenue to the county or to the schools. Measure C as well, taxes are coming in, and only the board can vote to reject them. While it is the board who will ultimately decide the fate of cannabis in this county, the fiscal uncertainty this board willingly creates should not fall on the backs of your employees who provide essential services to the community and help keep this county running. Our members are paying attention, and the many supporters of county employees that are in the audience tonight, and we are organizing. I stand with many of them today wearing purple, those inside and outside the board chambers, to show that we stand strongly united. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is John Ertl from District 1. I'm just going to respond to a few of the things that were said tonight mainly. I think we're missing a lot of important things being said. For one thing, people have talked about safety. I'd like to point out the number of arrests in the last 30 days. This is the top 10 list of actual arrests. Number 1, violation probation, 35. DUI from alcohol, 0.8%, 30. An average of 1 DUI arrest per day in this county. Not cannabis, alcohol. 10 disorderly conducts per month due to alcohol. That is a common statistics. 10 injuries on a spouse. Possession of a controlled substance that's not marijuana, 10 in the last month. Battery on a person, 9. Driving with suspended license, 9. Failure to appear, 8. Threatening of crime with intent to terrorize, 8. Controlled substance paraphernalia that's not cannabis, 7. All these crimes are non-cannabis related. I mean, it's possible there's some tangential relationship. The sheriff could speak to that. But I'm sure that the overall majority aren't. If this county is not safe, it is not because of cannabis. Let me go to my other notes. Measure C funds as far as funding. I've been keeping an informal tally of people who've self-reported their tax payments. The county's collected somewhere around the neighborhood of $200,000 in the last 2 weeks that it's open. This is before they're not even due for another 2 weeks yet. A lot of people are happily paying in advance because they want to show that they want to be willing participants of this county and positive members of it. Someone mentioned, I think the sheriff, there's no proof of where the cannabis is going and where it might be going. That is true this year because there's not a lot of regulations in place, but starting next year there's track and trace and licensed distributors. Everything that comes from a regulated farm, we will know where it goes. Everything that comes from a non-regulated farm could be going anywhere. So it's up to you whether we want to know where the cannabis from this county is going or not. I've heard multiple times that the growers are going to move with the ban. I'm sure that's true for some of them. A lot of them are just waiting for the ban to go into effect so they can grow like crazy because they figure there's going to be no funds for enforcement, and they're most likely true. As far as restoring properties to previous condition, I don't see any reason that would be necessary. Almost all the same things you use for cannabis growing are used in agriculture. For example, I have several hoop houses that are well designed and built. I would use them for growing tomatoes and other products, and if a ban went into place, I don't see why I would be required to take them down. And as far as the last thing about requiring dispensaries to grow on site, that would be an effective ban because the 3 dispensaries that exist in the county do not have the space inside their buildings to grow, and your ban would make transportation within the county illegal. So how could they transport any into their dispensaries to sell? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stan Killian. I gave you all of a folder there that you can look at. And the reason I wrote that up, I didn't write it up, the newspaper wrote it up years ago in 2010. It was in November, just before my birthday, the worst day in my life when I went over and seen a house that me and my wife worked on it for 2 years building. And we never lived in it because we moved to another place. But I rented it out, and this is the first people that I rented it to, and they've done it all over. They would rent property, raise their drugs, and it wasn't only marijuana, it was other things. And I called the sheriff on it that I knew things were going on. I went to the place, and the guy confronted me with a gun. And I called the sheriff. The sheriff came out, and he said, "Stan, it's a civil matter. You got to take it to court and to whatever." And so I called this newspaper gal. She came out. I jumped over the fence, started running up. The sheriff yelling at me, "Stan, I'll arrest you. I'll arrest you." I went up and went in there with the sheriff right behind me. And as soon as we opened the door, the sheriff said, "Oh my God." He's seen the damage that these people had done. The only charges I got against them was two little girls were living in filth. And they never got arrested even for that. It was a civil matter. And the reason I did it, I got into legalizing, and I lived right across the road from a place called Hub Court. Every sheriff knows where Hub Court is in Diamond 20. I live across the road from it. These people have stole from me. They raised 3 people that died of overdoses over on their property, and nothing has been done. Now it's cleaned up. Sheriffs have cleaned it up. Since they've started regulating here, we've seen a lot of good things happen because of this. If we ban this, we're going to go back to crap like this where people can rent your house and ruin it, and there's no recourse.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I hope the newspaper will take a copy of this here and publish it in tomorrow's paper.
Thank you.
About it.
Can we wait till everybody has it before we start? I need them to be able to look at it, please.
Oh.
There's 3 sets, each set has 3 stapled.
Correlated.
Huh?
It's all correlated, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Whatever the word is. Prapana Randall Smith, District 3 voter, registered cannabis business. There's a lot of, 3 minutes. Let me just cut to the chase. Mr. Mills, honestly, to sit here and say that the state isn't going to do anything when we have many people complaining about how this state is overregulated, overtaxed, either it's very effective at overregulating and overtaxing, or it can't do anything. I don't think it's responsible for you to come up here and tell your voters that the state is not going to do anything. Case in point, what you have in front of you are 3 packets. The first 2 come from the same document. The state of California is currently putting together, there are 4 state draft regulations that are out there. They're a matter of public record. The first covers all state licenses of all the different categories. The next covers cultivation. Another covering manufacturing, and the fourth one covering testing labs and analysis. The first 2 sheets that I've given you just shows the table of contents for the state regulations for cannabis regulation. And if you take a look, you have your Article 2 for applications, you have your cultivation and license fees, Article 3, Article 4 at the bottom of the first page, cultivation site requirements, Article 5, records and reporting related to track and trace, You have Article 6 regarding inspections. You have Article 7 involving enforcement. The second packet I've given you includes over 13 pages of violations and fines. Those fines can be up to $100, up to $1,000, and up to $5,000. 13 pages of violations that growers at the state level can be fined for failing to comply with the law. These regulations are extremely tight and they will be enforced. First one, licensee engaged in commercial cannabis activity with an unlicensed person. That's at the top of the list. Okay? With state regulations, this thing is going to be put into a box and it's going to be regulated and it's going to be enforced. And to say otherwise is less than truthful. The next section I have here is related to cannabis manufacturers. And I'm just going to go through this. This is just a summary, 30 seconds. Here's some of the things, the requirements. Written procedures for personnel. Written procedures to ensure the grounds and premises are controlled by the licensee. Written procedures for sanitary operations. Written procedures for quality raw materials and agreements. Written procedures for manufacturing operations, hazard analysis, preventative control, equipment and machinery qualification, master manufacturing protocol, batch production records, product complaints, written procedures for dealing with complaints and recalls, and then standard operating procedures taking all of that in consideration. The state is coming here. It's going to do its job.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Smith.
you can too. Thank you. Oh, get familiar with this, guys. This is going to be on every single package in the state of California.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Al Segala, and I'm speaking for myself. And I'm amazed how complicated all this is. You've read that whole packet? Oh, it's awesome. Sometimes by going back to just basic principles, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. One principle could be what our doctor friends have, and they say is above all else, do no harm. Above all else, do no harm. Wow, what's happening here? Our wonderful Constitution is a different type of government and a different relationship between man and government. Under our system of government, individuals have natural rights which are specified in the 5th and 14th Amendment to the Constitution, and life, liberty, and property. Your function in government is to protect those rights. The sheriff's job is to protect those rights for everybody. And are we doing that? We have ways of, cannabis is a land use. I think you all agree it is a land use. There's 3 types, apparently. Medical, you got recreational, and hemp, which is all cannabis. The state is highly regulating all 3 of these. We have a planning commission, planning director, and a planning department. You've put them to work administering regulations that have nothing to do with planning. Why not treat it as land use? Go ahead and let the planning commission go to work. Let the planning department go to work and identify these different uses where they can be in the county and designate the properties for that. That takes away 80% of the problem. There's more problem that needs to be solved. And it may not be up to the sheriff. There may be other ways to solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Christian Wilson. I am from District 1. I was raised on American values. I believe myself to be a true red-blooded American. I embody the visions of our founding fathers, I believe. But the thing is that the plan in its current form does not solve for the problems in the status quo. I repeat, the plan in its current form does not solve for the problems in the status quo. I am an Eagle Scout. I am a area director for the Sequoia Council of the Boy Scouts of America. And again, I am a District 1 voter. I want to look at specifically the ideas of Americanism and also substance abuse in Calaveras County and rural America. Americanism, specifically the founding ideals of the United States, freedom of movement, the free market, individualism. These are the core tenets of the United States of America. But the plan in its current form tramples on those rights, on those fundamental founding principles of the United States. Specifically, it limits our freedom. It limits our freedom to determine how we live our lives, what we use our property for, what we do with our bodies. I don't use marijuana, I don't grow it, I don't intend to really ever use it. But it's really important that we respect the rights of other people, which brings me to my second point. That is substance abuse in Calaveras County and in rural America. A ban is not going to solve the problems that our sheriff brought forth, that these illegal grows and some legal grows, but these illegal grows, they hurt our environment and they funnel money to many of the wrong places. Regulation, especially involving the current form, will actually provide the means for the county to allow its citizens to self-actualize, to improve themselves, and to improve their community. The plan does not solve for the problems that our sheriff brought forward. It's important that any action taken by the county actually shows solvency for these plans. For example, we can look to, I believe what our person from Code here said, that there would be a drastic impact on enforcement for actually eradicating the illegal grows. I want to end today with a quotation from probably one of the greatest presidents, Ronald Reagan. He said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not to run their lives. Give the money that you would earn from regulation to the county sheriff.
Thank you, sir.
Let him protect us."
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a break at 9:15. 9:15. Yes, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Gonsman. I'm an active in District 1, Wallace. Mr. Tofinelli is my supervisor. We've been here in this county.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a little respect for the speaker, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
We've lived in this county for 30 years, practically 30 years. And a couple of things I wanted to point out, one thing I wanted to bring out that wasn't in my presentation real quick, is we talk about, initially there were supposedly 750 people that got permits to come in and grow commercial marijuana. They paid $5,000 apiece. And now we know there's many more than that. But my issue is, with those 750 people that came in and paid their money, the last time I checked, there was less than 100 of those people actually had been approved. So the other 650 people that paid their $5,000, what are they? Are they legal or are they illegal? They're growing, but yet they don't have a permit. Anyway, I'm an active participant in the movement to ban commercial marijuana activities in Calaveras County. I spent many hours for 12 weeks in a parking lot across the county getting unsolicited signatures to ban growing marijuana commercially in the county. I've had many sad stories told to me of what the growers and their associates have done to the neighborhoods of those individuals. But the one thing that I clearly remember about the circumstances is that they all wanted one thing. They wanted commercial marijuana gone now. That's what the people said. The 5,200 people. I didn't talk to all of them, but that's what they said. I believe that on January 31st of this year, the Board of Supervisors voted 3-2 to ask the Planning Department to draft a new ban proposal to ban all commercial marijuana activities in Calaveras County ASAP. But yet, When the ban proposal was completed, the planning department had failed to include the dispensaries in our county. Are they not growers and distributors? Of course they are, in the largest way, without many restrictions and guidelines, by the way. Some members of our county government, for some reason, still think we need to spend more time and money in ban alternatives. Regulations have not learned, they have not learned that regulating this industry is impossible. I.e. 15 to 1,200 illegal growers, and many of them without approval. Not to mention the increased crime and environmental issues in our county. Ladies and gentlemen, the people have spoken, 5,200 of them. Let's do what they asked us to do. Remember, you guys are all elected.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, supervisors, for your time. I am one of the commercial marijuana growers. You asked us last year in May that we needed to pay to have permits to grow. We had to pay for fences and etc. We had to get tax ID numbers. We have done everything that you have asked of us. To tell us that we cannot grow at this time is not fair. We have spent a lot of time to prepare for our plants, and again, you have caused us to not know whether to plant again or not. We are good, abiding people who work hard at our jobs. I feel that those who are not working legally should be shut down, but those of us that are doing it by the way you asked should be left alone. Everything that the sheriff had shown on the screen are not the legal ones. With the money coming in, it would give them more money to hire sheriffs to help protect us all. Those that are illegal will still be illegal, and there will be no protection for any of us. It will give money to help our county with roads that are failing us apart. You'll have money to help those who need help in our county. It will give money for programs for people in our county. Our county is broken and needs the funds to make people who live here a good life. It is not going to go away. It will happen in the near future, and we are the pioneers of the marijuana growers. Marijuana is not just people smoking it. It does help people with illnesses and more. With more studies, it will save lots of people's lives. It helps people with pain and get them off of opiates. Helps people with cancer like myself. Help people with seizures and people with Parkinson's and people with sleeping issues. Marijuana is not bad. It is a gift from God. Remember, He has made all plants. And I did have a question because we had the sheriff come out to our house and he said, do you have a permit to transport marijuana? And we said, no. Where do we get one? He said, we don't have one. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Board. My name is Chris Metz, business owner and resident of District 2, and I believe that we need balance. In a banned environment, we can have no balance. We can only find balance through regulation and taxation. I've spent my free time talking to residents all over Calaveras, every walk of life, and the vast majority of these residents have issues with illegal cultivators. Those are them that do not respect their neighbors or have concern for the environment. And without the tax revenue we see from Measure C, we have no chance of making them leave. Even the sheriff himself said he's going to lose 10 positions. The legal farmers in Calaveras County have not only helped the economy grow, but donate much of their time and their proceeds, their money, to local charities and organizations. Just look at the county fair for proof. This year, the livestock auction raised over $600,000. It's $100,000 more than they raised last year. Legal medical cannabis is helping revitalize our economy. Through regulation and taxation, I am confident that we can work together to craft a balance where neighbors can be respected and small farmers can make their living. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Joan Wilson, District 1. CQ researcher states 4 in 5 American adults favor legalizing marijuana for medical purposes in their home states, while nearly half support legalization for recreational use. The source for this is the Harris poll, May 7th, 2015. Speaking on public safety, I believe that our sheriff is going to do everything that he can to uphold the law and to really hit hard on real crime. And the pictures that he showed me, those are something that we don't want in this county. I am a cannabis farmer. I stood here a little more than a year ago and said that before. Actually, I think it was at town hall. And I said it was scary to come out and say this. And it was scary for you guys too, or the board that sat in your positions. You're scaring me again, talking about a ban. You've said it's okay. Now you're saying, well, I don't know, maybe we want a ban. As for public safety, if you ban, laying off 10 positions in the sheriff's office does not make me feel safe at all. However, in this same article, it is stated by the National Cannabis Industry Association's Ms. West says, no street dealer is checking IDs or providing child-proof packaging or carefully labeling products. She says when we take cannabis out of the underground market and put it behind a legal, regulated counter, we create a safer, more responsible system and something that the sheriff has better opportunity to deal with. Also, dispensaries, if you take those away, you are not only taking away a safe access for people in this county, but you are also taking away safe access for people in neighboring counties that do not have dispensaries. Measure C passed overwhelmingly. I think that shows that this county really wants to tax and regulate. Furthermore, I would like to ask, if you do ban, how are you going to know about all the indoor grows, or are those going to be illegal? Will there be illegal indoor grows? Possibly. And is this ban going to create jobs and bring money into the county? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tran.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Tom Tryon from District 4. And I'd just like to say that I'm very disappointed and dismayed what the Board of Supervisors, you have done procedurally to our county. You have eliminated 2 levels of due process, a public hearing before the Planning Commission and a public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. In that place, you have appointed an appointed drug czar with prosecutorial authority for Calaveras County. Procedurally, that is mind-numbing to me ever since, for my 28 years on the board, and I think since the county was founded. People have always had the right to try to appeal to the Planning Commission and particularly to appeal to their elected representatives, being the Board of Supervisors. You are denying them that due process right. And due process is the foundation for justice. And due process is not based upon speed. You have done this basically from the testimony at this table because it'll take 16 days to get to Superior Court instead of 120 days. Speed is not a sign of justice. Speed is a sign of injustice. If you have a public hearing, the little guy has a right to address this board. When you say you have no right to address the board and it only goes to Superior Court, then you're telling the little guy he has to go hire an attorney. He has to start assuming significant costs to get representation in Superior Court, where it's $100 to appeal, I think, to the Board of Supervisors unless you've raised the fee, or $100 to appeal to the Planning Commission. The other thing the appeal process does, it gives a total airing to the citizenry. I mean, we have TV cameras here. We have a media section now, and they all get to listen to hear the appeal and what the appellant has to say. And it also limits staff's ability to act arbitrarily, because the last thing staff wants is to come before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors and get overturned, particularly appointed staff. They can read the tea leaves too, but there is no constraint on staff if you only can go to the Superior Court. That is just a horrible system you have put in place. It is defying of civil liberties that are fundamental in our Constitution and fundamental to every citizen in this county. You make it sound like if you had the authority, you would declare martial law.
Thank you, sir.
You would eliminate all of our civil
Thank
liberties.
you, Mr. Toyan.
What the heck are you doing? Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I will be submitting my comments on an ordinance for regulations. 3 minutes won't even begin to address the possibilities. I would like to address a fatal flaw in your draft ban ordinance: enforcement. My understanding is that you would like code compliance to take the lead so that you may take the fines to then finance enforcement of a ban. Administrative fees, right? If it goes to court and a conviction is made, then the county gets no money for enforcement. All the money goes to the courts. My question is, will you hold all compliance violations to the same standard? Building violations, environmental violations, and so on? Because if not, isn't that discrimination by use? Should not all violations be held to the same standard? Asset forfeiture. Last year, Governor Brown signed into law Senate Bill 443, protecting Californians on civil asset forfeitures, requiring a conviction prior to forfeiture. As Mr. Garamendi said earlier, 5 years until forfeiture can be realized, with the problem being you would have to not pay your land taxes for 5 years prior to forfeiture. Code compliance liens are not assessed land taxes. Sorry, gentlemen, asset forfeiture is not an option according to law. As for holding people accountable, equally under the law of compliance, I have an example of how code compliance fines are unenforceable through Public Request Act that I put in back in February. This Public Request Act, I put it on one of our supervisors on 2 properties in District 5 that he was found to not have these permitted in 1990. 2 garages that were not permitted as dwellings. These are both rentals. I have 600 pages on this Public Request Act. Within this Public Request Act, I have administrative hearings in the year 2000 that this board member did not pay or did not get a septic system properly installed and engineered for these. So he had fines through the environmental department. Also, there's $28,000 in liens on these 2 properties through administrative fees that were voted in June of 2000 even. How long were these not paid? Did they try to asset forfeiture these 2 pieces of land because these weren't paid for years? Is everyone being held to the same level? I don't think so. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening. Brock Estes, Valley Springs, District 5. As you know, I've come before you before and said that there is a third way. Right now, we're still deeply divided, ban or regulate. There is a third way. I couldn't possibly outline it in a short amount of time. But if you do a little reading on the history of prohibition, it'll give you some hints. For one thing, I'm not sure how many people know that prohibition, as enacted in the Volstead Act in 1919, was a response to the states. The state of Oregon, and among other states, banned liquor 4 years before the Volstead Act. The federal government was responding to the states. When prohibition was repealed, I think it was 1931, not all the states and counties behaved the same way. Some chose what I'm calling a third way. And I urge you to look into that history, and it'll give you some hints. In my remaining time, I'd like to address a couple of the presentations tonight. Staff made a presentation in which they laid out a month that the ban would take effect after being passed, 3 more months for the growers to be in compliance. However, what was not addressed is the fact there will almost certainly be lawsuits challenging this. Now, the rule is, I'm sure staff can confirm this, is that while there are lawsuits, the ban does not go into effect. The urgency ordinance remains in place. I've rarely seen questions like this handled legally in a timely manner, although my supervisor assures me that 21 days may be a time frame. I think this is going to be bumped up between presentations, appeals, bumped up to, it might wind up in the California State Supreme Court. It could be literally years, which again is a reason to seek a third way rather than to get into where one side wins and the other side loses. Let's find something where we can split the difference and everybody gets a little something of what they want, and it can be done. Regarding the sheriff's presentation, first of all, I don't know what a fertigation tank is. Never heard of it. I'm going to focus, though, on the fact that the sheriff made very clear that there are a lot of illegal grows and eradication of all of them can't possibly be accomplished. I believe the number was something in the neighborhood of 1,000 illegal grows, and I think I heard maybe a third of those might be able to be eradicated. I'm wondering, why none of you asked him, what will be the procedure for establishing priority on what eradication gets done? Because what I don't want is for someone who helped design the regulations and then went out and bought land to grow marijuana. I don't want some people to get a pass while other people are targeted. It could be done by size. It could be done by proximity to environmental concerns, rivers and such like that. It could be done by any number of ways. I think the fairest way would be a lottery, to simply say we got 1,000 illegal grows, and I'm told that with Google Earth and Google Maps, you can pinpoint every one of them, put them in a hopper, draw them out, and let everybody know it could be you. No favoritism, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ryan. I'm a cultivator in District 1. I had a few questions arise after tonight's study session. How does the board deem it admissible to reuse the EIR priorly put in place to support cultivation regulation now for a proposed ban on all cultivation? Why isn't an entirely new EIR required for an entirely new ban ordinance? Second, does the board think that forcing people to take action to abate legally graded property is enforceable or legal? And if a ban is imposed, when and how is the county going to refund the registration fees if the county has already spent a significant amount of the fees collected? Thank you.
Any staff member have answered those questions? Neither does the board. Thank you, sir. This will be the last speaker before our break.
In the spirit of my favorite American hero, I have Woody Guthrie. I have a rather creative public comment. Don't ban the herb in our county. We need our medicine. We want to have fun. Cannabis brings in lots of money. We'll spread it around, pay taxes for everyone. Let me tell you, it's a medicine. It treats so very many things, like cancer, pain, and epilepsy, depression, arthritis, and PTSD. Yes, that's right, it might cure cancer. It stops seizures for children, too. Veterans use it for their mental health. It treats fibromyalgia and pain, too. You know my friend has a pit bull. It's the sweetest dog I know. Don't be afraid, 'cause we don't bite. We just want to let it grow, grow, grow. We've been dealing with prohibition for a very, very long time. We're ready to keep on dealing with it, but really we'd rather walk the line. money? Do you want jobs in this county? Do you support an agrarian economy? Give us the chance to do it right. 'Cause we're not bad people, we're families. We're friends, we're artists and more. We're in favor of stopping the cartel too. Legalization will help fight them that much more. I saw an ad for an antidepressant. It said, side effect death. Now why would I want to take that when cannabis makes me feel the best? We're your neighbors, your community, and we just want to get along. But Jeff Sessions has a lot of you scared, and that's why we sing this song. Come on, everybody. Don't you ban the herb in our county. We need our medicine, we want to have fun. Cannabis brings in lots of money. We'll spread it around, pay taxes for everyone. Don't ban the herb in our county. We need our medicine, we want to have fun. Cannabis brings in lots of money. We'll spread it around, pay taxes for everyone. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first I've seen in a Board of Supervisors. We'll take a 15-minute break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in session. Can I have a indication by hands how many public comment speakers we have left? Anybody? All right. We set a cutoff time at 11 o'clock tonight, but I want to make sure we get all the public comment and a chance for the board to discuss these issues. So we may be going beyond 11 o'clock. So just bear with us. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Patty Johnston, and I'm from District 3. And in 2001, my husband had a bicycle accident, which left him with an incomplete spinal cord injury, horrible nerve pain, and the loss of the use of one arm and the inability to walk. I took care of him for 6 years. There were only two things that helped his pain, and that was aspirin and marijuana. The aspirin ended up giving him an ulcer, causing more pain. He continued to use the marijuana to help his nerve pain. He literally had a whole shoebox of prescription drugs that he took way less of than the doctors prescribed because they made him mentally unable to focus. Marijuana actually helped him to focus better and have some moments of relaxation and get some sleep. Marijuana does not have the terrible side effects we hear about connected with many prescription drugs. It does, however, have many positive effects on our health. I personally have found it very helpful for joint pain, both by applying it topically and ingesting the juice from freshly harvested leaves. And did you know that when you take the fresh juice, you can get the medicinal benefits without it making you feel high? So I ask you to have an open mind and try to look at this beautiful healing plant in a new way. It's just another healing herb. Now, is that so scary? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Prohibition of alcohol didn't work. Legalization of alcohol hasn't worked, i.e., the former commentator that talked about all the alcohol-related incidents recently. The actual arrests, however, are with illegal drugs, including marijuana and related events. What happened to Tiger Woods is an example of what happens with mind-altering drugs, even though prescribed. Magnets of mind-altering drugs pull crime, turn the magnets around, and they repel crime. Turning Calaveras County into a new mafia which kowtows to the deep pockets is no kind of answer. The feds won't help because we keep vacillating toward marijuana. Marijuana continues to be implicated in many violent crimes, including manslaughter and shootings that have taken lives in our county. Trying to pit one drug against another, whether it's alcohol or prescribed drugs or marijuana or meth, it doesn't make any difference. When you mix the drugs, like if you mix marijuana with some other drug, you get volatile circumstances, and they have not been measured yet. And I hate to see what is happening here tonight, because I believe that the ban is the answer to sanity. And I have been a member of Al-Anon, and I learned that you cannot change anyone's behavior but yourself. And I have tried to work on myself. And I understand that reality. I've also watched someone I loved very much disintegrate before my eyes over a period of years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Steve, District 5 voter. The voters basically voted out the previous board that had allowed this. Their argument is, you allowed it, and now you're trying to take it away. No, the voters voted you in to help us take it away. We were silenced of our chance to vote on it as voters because of some technicalities. Their big high-dollar attorneys figured out there was some bad language that didn't meet election code. But if you take the will of the voters of this county and tally what they would like this drug dealing and marijuana out of our communities, out of our neighborhoods. I'd like to enjoy my horse ranch again, where I go outside now. You can't go outside without smelling like a dead skunk from about now through October. It's unbearable. My enjoyment of my property because of public nuisance of a neighboring half-acre, supposedly half-acre pot grow, a registered pot grow, which the previous board thought would be a good idea, is not a good idea. It's going to lead to tons of more problems than it's good, as far as they're saying, bring in taxes and all this great stuff. No, there's nothing wrong with the marijuana. I agree, maybe it helps people's arthritis and their fibromyalgia and their cancer. Great. Take and grow it up in Modoc County where people don't live and harvest the hell out of it, process it, and bring it down to wherever you can buy it, but not in our community. If regulation is a bad, they're saying regulation is bad on the marijuana, then why does the CHP still have speed limits? Why do you go 25 in a school zone? If we just go through there 80, oh, there's probably not going to be any problem. Yeah, with your marijuana people behind the wheel, there's going to definitely be problems. We need to get this crap out of our communities and get our properties back. And the voters voted most of you in, and with some of the views of some of the Board of Supervisors that are for it will certainly be voted out next go-around, if not sooner. That's not a threat. It's just you talk to the bulk of the people in this county. I don't have a guitar. I'm not a gimmicky. I'm not telling you all this great stuff all about it. All I can do is tell you I've been here 22 years, and my horse ranch is almost unusable and unsellable at this point. People would show up and go, what in the heck is that smell? They'd jump back in the car and say, honey, get the kids, get the heck out of here. Get our properties back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Bill McManus. We got to take this thing and simplify it a little bit. We're all over the place tonight with all sorts of stories and tales and myths and boogeymen and everything else. The people of Calaveras County have spoken. I don't know how many times we have to show up at these meetings. I don't know how many times we have to endure some of the hours of sitting here listening to this. If you don't know what we want by now, there's something sadly wrong. In November, 3 of you gained seats that had previously been held by grow and regulate supervisors. Prop 64 did not pass in Calaveras County. Measure D did not pass in Calaveras County. You guys said, you went out to your people and you said, this is what I'm running for, this is what I'm going to do. You told the people what you were going to do. They believed you, they voted for you, and here you are. Are you now ready to turn your back on them? At the first meeting of the year, one of the most stunning displays of political courage I have ever seen in my life was when Supervisor Clapp got up, took his campaign pamphlet, and read it into the record for the public. He said, this is what I ran on. I'm not running from it, and I'm going to represent you. The urgency ordinance, 1795, 1791, we have a boatload of regulations. More regulations than any of you could probably think of on your own. None of them are being enforced. In 1791, the marijuana shop in Arnold has been required to have ADA access for 5 years. It still doesn't. They're not enforcing it. What enforcement do we get in 1795? Nothing. It's after the fact. It's when they go out and they find a toxic waste site that they look up the regulation and say, here's what we're writing them up for. The state is not going to come in and send environmental people to enforce the law, to enforce these regulations. It's after the fact. And then you say, well, we're going to get rid of all the marijuana, commercial cultivation, except that which is absolutely required by the state. I am asking this board right now and county council, tell me the citation in the law that says dispensaries must be allowed in California. If you think it's such a good idea, tell me why it's a good idea so I can tell other people. Tell us what you have in your mind, and are you going to do what you said? Dispensaries are commercial cultivators, plain and simple. I've given you the information on that. There should be no question about how you move forward from here. And I thank you for your time, and I hope that we can get through this thing, and remember, it's not about medicine, it's about money.
Thank you.
Good evening, Marty Crane, Rancho District 5. It always bothers me when I hear statements being thrown out there about this is fact and you should believe what we say, and I can't believe you don't know what we want now, and you should be doing that. And they bring then the issue of the petition for the ban, where they gathered all these signatures, 5,000 some odd signatures, and that alone should tell you what we want. No, that's 5,000 signatures of people who came to the booth and decided to sign it, but it doesn't have, there was no count of all the people that walked past it and didn't want to sign it. That's what the vote was supposed to do. So when people say that they stole our vote, we didn't get to vote for it, I want to know how many people wanted to vote against it. That's what it's all about. That's democracy. And so I don't think that argument can be used one way or the other. It's just the way it was. And Supervisor Clapp, when, yes, you read your pamphlet or your flyer into the record, and then I've heard other people say that he's the only one that's ever done that, and it was just a wonderful thing to behold. He promised he was going to ban pot. Your flyer doesn't say that. I just want to correct the record. It says that together we will work together to get large business or commercial and marijuana out of our neighborhoods. There's more than one way to get it out of your neighborhood. Doesn't mean ban. So in my opinion, I never heard you say that you were going to ban it. Anyway, so I just want us to use the facts and stop throwing stuff at each other, because we're never going to find a good solution if we don't start listening to each other. And I'm so proud of our community. There is such wisdom in this county, and for a couple of years, we've heard it all. And they keep coming up on both sides. People do their homework. It's very exciting. So it's in your hands.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Jennifer Stewart. I'm in District 2 and a voter. I've come to a lot of these meetings, and I've sat and I've listened to everybody. And I appreciate all the time that you guys put into this. And now I'm going to tell you that I've never been politically motivated my whole life until this came up. I spent my whole time working, trying to build some money to be able to buy a piece of property out in rural Calaveras County, where I could see the stars, and I would have clean water and clean air, and I wouldn't have to worry about that my neighbors were wacko. And now I'm on 627 acres surrounded by marijuana growers. And I can't have my grandkids come see me anymore, because between right now and October, the road that I live on is traversed by people who do not drive safely, who are probably under the influence of something or other, and I don't feel that it's a safe place for my grandkids anymore, or myself. And I do live by myself, so I don't come and I don't tell anybody where I live or what my last name is or any of that stuff, because I don't feel like I want to live a life that I have to conceal carry and worry about riding I have horses and I have cows. I don't want to ride my fence line and worry about the dog that the neighbor's got that's going to attack my horse and dump me off. And when I found out that this was going to be on the ballot, and I know a couple of people who were in the ban situation, I became motivated because that works for me. I want this gone. And everybody that I talked to, in fact, Mr. Tofinelli, when you campaigned, you went door to door and you found out what your people wanted. I never saw you, Mr. Garamendi, but I know what you're about. And it really bothers me a great deal that people who have lived in this county a long time and worked hard for what they've got have to deal with this kind of garbage, this mania. And it's just like, this is so out of control. And it doesn't have to be that way. We can back out what we jumped into, and the money will come. If I get more taxes, I'd be delighted to get rid of this. I don't care about taxes. I would love to pay for this to be gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. There's just a lot of things to say, but I have 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to say a few different things. One is I want to thank the supervisors who asked for the ban ordinance to be written. You are on the right side of history for our county. Hearing the presentations tonight, it's just absolutely overwhelming what we have to go through to try and regulate marijuana. And why is that? Why does it have to be? Because I know everybody says, well, government shouldn't get involved. Well, here's why. It's the product, and we don't talk about that very much. The product is marijuana. I grew up in the 60s. We had marijuana. We knew it was a drug. My kids grew up. I taught them about not using marijuana because it's a drug. It's still a drug to most of us. And it's not a grape. It's not an almond. It's not a tomato. It's a drug that gets people high. That's its purpose. Yes, some people use it medically because it helps them when they get whatever the high is that they might need to calm their pain. And that should be done through a pharmaceutical company. That stuff should be sold through a pharmacy. not through people saying, oh, here, have some marijuana. So that's the thing we don't talk about. That's the thing that the people here don't want. They don't want drugs growing in their county. We're talking about commercial growing, commercial, not personal. I don't think ever, even now that it is okay for people to grow 6 plants, I don't think anybody really cared when somebody grew a couple plants in their yard. That wasn't a big issue. We're talking about commercial. We don't want it here. We have local control, thank God, because the state of California tells us how we're going to live our lives every day. This is an opportunity for this county and the people that live here to say, no, we don't want this industry. You know, and I'm sure the people that are growing it, that say I don't think there's any real legal grows because the laws aren't in place, but the ones who say they're the good growers, they just need to grow something different. And why are they growing marijuana? Maybe it's because of the money, and that's not a good reason to grow something that isn't healthy for communities. So, you know, there's other things that can be grown, and that's what they can do. So I just want to thank you for what you've done so far. Please know that this is not something that Calaveras County residents, and I've talked to people who've lived here generations, they don't speak up because they're afraid, but they do not want it here. They want their kids to be able to raise their children here as well. And we know what happens when you have drugs growing in a community. It's just not good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is my first meeting. It's been very enlightening. Steve McDermott, District 2. My husband and father live in McCallum Hill, and I can say ever since this emergency ordinance or whatever it was went into effect, life's been different at night. Life's been different during the day. And when I go to the gas station or I go to the market at night, I see a lot of less desirable people that I don't want to be around. I don't want my kids to be around. You know, if I wanted to be around that, I'd live in Stockton. So there might be legal growers, there might be illegal growers, but the problem is it's attracting somebody here that we don't want. And I'm counting on you guys to ban this, take care of business. If people want to smoke weed, they can grow it in their yard, that's fine. But as for a commercial grow, it's not good for decent people, people like me with kids that go to school and now have other kids coming to school that smell like skunks. Something's wrong, and we need to take care of that. When I was in third grade, a police officer like him, he came into my classroom and he said, just say no to drugs. So things might be confusing about money. What are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about that? Just say no. The bottom line is this county's never been rich. We've always had issues, especially with staffing. I moved here because I love it here. I didn't move here to become rich. I moved here because I liked living here. Again, if I want to be around Norteños, hanging out in Moke Hill at night, I'll go back to Stockton. But that's not what I want. I want a safe place for me and my kids. That's why I moved here. So I'm counting on you guys. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Raymond Smith, Valley Springs. Good evening, Sheriff, Supervisors. It's good to see you this evening. I'm glad to be here. I just got off work. I am here to support the dispensaries and keep them out of the ban, simply because it was never part of the ordinance. To my understanding, when some of you were running for election, putting a ban in the ordinance and treating the dispensaries as that wasn't part of your election campaign. And you know, next year is an election year, so I just like you to keep the people in mind, and when you do make this decision, to have their quality of life in mind as well, because this is about dignity. And there was a very, very great philosopher that said dignity is quality of life. Those two are very closely related. And when you talk about these dispensaries, they're not commercial cultivation operations. These are essential safe access points in this county, just like San Joaquin has in theirs for Stockton. These are essential safe access points for people in this county, like my family, like my mother, like my brother, like my father, like my late father who has passed away, who would need it. I would also like to just say that I do not support the ban whatsoever. I do support the sheriff's office to the fullest extent that you guys can, but let's keep patients and caregivers out of the ban. But most importantly, let's keep these dispensaries out of the ban, because if we can't provide for our patients, if we can't provide for ourselves, we have to go to a dispensary. And let me just tell you, before we went to a dispensary, my family was getting $300 ounces off of the street. And if that's what we're gonna have to do here in Calaveras County, that is not gonna be good, because the black market is gonna love that. I really don't wanna see this county go the way of others that have banned. I'd rather see more of a support for these dispensaries, for these, there are people that rely on these, not only for the quality of life, but for sustaining the longevity of their lives. This is essential. You say that people may be able to get this from a pharmaceutical aspect, but folks like my mother who are allergic to pharmaceutical opiates, this is just not an option. We are going to have to travel tens of miles on the highway, and this is going to be a problem coming and going. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. It's good to see you again.
Aurora Weatherby, District 5. I want to thank the supervisors for considering everything here this evening. I've been a resident of Calaveras County for 73 of my 76 years, so I've seen many changes come and many changes go. I've seen many businesses, but somehow we have always survived, and I think we can survive without commercial marijuana and or dispensaries of any kind and or any delivery service. I called the FDA in San Francisco and talked to them on March the 17th. They said there is no approved edibles and or liquids or anything for medicinal purposes for human or man. I also called the DEA in Washington, D.C. because they gave me the number. If you'd like that number, it's 202-307-7255. I had a very long conversation with them about what was going on in our county, and they said that Jeff Sessions would be doing something about it, and apparently he has. He's created a commission. He's re-signed investigations monies that was taken away in 2009 by Obama and Eric Holder. Eric Holder is now on our payroll to the tune of $25,000 a month, and he's here primarily to protect illegal immigrants, criminals, and the marijuana laws here in California. The commission, I understand, will be investigating marijuana because he does not feel that it is an acceptable drug. It is currently a Schedule I, which has not been adequately studied. They talk about alcohol, they talk about cigarettes, they talk about this, they talk about that, but no studies on marijuana has been done. The risks involved with alcohol and tobacco are well known now. They've been studied. So you have an idea of what you're dealing with. And those who choose to do it, that's on them. That isn't on us, but we clean up the messes from all of it. So take your time, consider the ban, consider banning the dispensaries and getting marijuana out of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Michael Falvey, 40-year-plus resident of Mountain Ranch. I've seen the cycles of cannabis for, 4 decades plus. Yeah, we can argue booze, pot, you name it. We're past that, folks. We're way past that. We can argue that down the road. Right now, what we need to decide is what we're going to do in the future. With that in mind, I can dismiss Mr. Mills and Mr. Clapp for my comments because I'd like to address it to the three gentlemen on the left. You seem to be a little more flexible, and you might see what's coming on down the road. This isn't about the past. This is about the future. If you ban this, I don't have to tell you, you know what's going to happen. You three gentlemen have to pass or deny the ban and move towards regulation. It is the only thing that will save this county and the residents like myself that live in the middle of this burgeoning industry. You're not going to control it by banning it. They're waiting for you to ban it. I'll tell you a story. I might cost myself $500,000 here by saying this. I'm having someone come look at my house Thursday. I didn't advertise my house, but a couple of realtors know my desires and what might happen. They're bringing someone to look at my house Thursday. Asian growers. I can only imagine what's going to happen Thursday. They told me they're growers, they're Asian growers. We're only bringing one, but there's 5 of them involved in this partnership. Now, if there's a ban coming on, what are those guys doing? What's that one guy coming to my house for? Why are they going to buy my property with 3 acres of southern exposure, 150 gallon a minute well, a house that didn't burn? What are they coming to my house for? To raise their family? No, they're going to raise something, but it ain't their family. So you guys, you three, hold the power. The two on the right, I know where they're at. They're like our modern day Senate, our leaders in Washington. There's no compromise. It's my way, you're wrong. We need people to compromise. It's the new reality. It's not the old reefer madness, it's the new reality, and you have to address it. It's up to you to think about the well-being of all the citizens of Calaveras County. I don't like it like it is now. I've seen it for 40 years. I've seen this up and down with the cannabis, but we can't ignore it and we can't ban it. We have to grab the bull by the horns and be leaders.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley, and I'm from District 2. I have a letter that I drafted on Sunday, and I had other people that wanted to sign it. And I actually got 75 signatures in all. And again, it's not a petition, it's just a personal letter of my comment, but people liked it, and they wanted it to be their comment as well. So envision that I have 75 people standing behind me. To the County Board of Supervisors special meeting, public study, and comment. As voting residents of Calaveras County in District 2, we would like this letter to be read and given as our public comment. We support the ban ordinance that has recently been drafted. We want it known that we disapprove of the element that marijuana has brought to this county, the damage it has done to our environment, the infringement on our way of life, and the wide range of crimes it has brought with it. It is evident that we are not alone in this opinion. The results of the November election prove this. Calaveras County voted against Prop 64, Measure D, and also saw the replacement of every Calaveras County supervisor who voted in favor of marijuana. More than ample signatures were also gathered to put Measure B on the ballot this spring. We support a complete ban and respectfully ask that you would also include dispensaries in the ordinance as well, or by drafting a separate ordinance if need be. Because the cultivation of marijuana is such a huge problem in Calaveras County, the destiny of future generations hinges on how we handle this now. We respectfully ask that you take whatever steps necessary to give the Sheriff's Office, the Marijuana Enforcement Team, and the District Attorney all of the funding they will need to enforce the ban until marijuana is eradicated from our county. And that was signed by 61 voting registered registered voters of District 2, 3 other District 2 residents who come up on the weekends and own homes, and a few miscellaneous signatures from Calaveras residents who happen to be visiting District 2 over the Memorial Weekend. And I was able to show all the signatures to 4 of the board members during the break, but I had told the people who signed that their signatures would not become public knowledge and available to the public. And then I found out if I submit it to the clerk, it would be public record. And so to keep my word, I'm only going to give the letter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Levon Miller of Mountain Ranch, Calaveras County. I'd like to speak directly to something I learned tonight, which was the possible requirement to return land to previous condition if the ban does go through. I would really like you to give that some very serious consideration. We are a family farm that not only grows cannabis, but we also grow vegetables for our own consumption and feed our neighbors and friends. And the idea to me that prior to the urgency ordinance, if we had chosen to not participate with the county and become registered, the ban would go through, we could cease growing, and no one's going to come onto our land and change things. Now you're telling me that because we participated in this process, we've paid our fees, we've built our fences, we've been inspected, we are one of those lucky few who hold our certificate. We've done absolutely everything while trying to recover from a fire and rebuild our home. This last year has just been a wash for us, trying to stay legal, become compliant, rebuild our home, be members of our community. We've done all of this in good faith. And then, if a ban goes through, of course we would stop growing because we're legal people. But then you're also going to come and tell me that I have to rip out all of these pots that we just built and that we just filled with soil and have beautiful soil to grow food for our family? That's not fair. That is not fair. We have some property rights as families that want to take care of our own, and you're going to come and require us to dismantle and change our property when we're doing everything in compliance with the water board, with handling all of we don't use chemicals, we're organic. There's no runoff. We've been evaluated by the archaeologists, by the biologists, by the hydrologists. I've spread 400 bales of hay and 300 pounds of grass seed after the fire to save the soil. We are good stewards of the land, and I am not going to let you come onto my property and tell me that we have to change things as a punitive measure to participate and be legal members of this community. Don't punish me for being a good citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, out in the foyer. If you want to clap, sir, you can go out in the foyer.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Moke Hill. Supervisor Mills, earlier you pointed to the fact that a portion of the sheriff's eradication efforts have not been covered by registration fees. You then stated, so to some degree we're already paying for it, implying that the county is already experiencing some costs associated with a ban, and thus that the increase in cost under a ban would not quite be as dramatic as suggested. I find that suggestion that a fraction of the cost of eradicating 21,000 plants even comes close to representing a significant portion of the funds required to eradicate hundreds of farms to be heavily logically flawed. You also mentioned the unknown impact of transients on Calaveras, hinting once again at the ominous universe of unknown costs of regulation that could crush the county finances at any moment. Although I agree that the unknown cost of transient workers is a problem, I take issue with the implication that this is a problem that exists solely under regulation. As with most other unknown costs you have identified, this too is a cost that the county would incur whether the cannabis being grown here was legal or not, and would thus endure under a ban failing anything other than a dazzlingly successful eradication campaign, an effort you continue to insist is possible without providing any supporting evidence. The vast majority of the hidden costs you've identified in this and other sessions either represent amounts largely insignificant in regards to the scope of the problem as a whole, or are costs related to cannabis which the county would incur whether cannabis is regulated or not, thus in essence making them part of the baseline, not representative of any significant change. I think that these comments are immaterial feints, meant to take pressure off the central question which you have consistently refused to answer for 2 months, which is how are you going to pay for it? Which begs the question, why? Why not answer this question? I can think of only 2 reasons. One, you don't know how you're going to pay for it. And 2, you know, but you've made a strategic, deliberate decision not to tell us. To be clear, as far as I can tell, this means you're either engaging in negligence or you are deliberately abolishing the transparency of your appointed position. If the second is true, the only reason I can think of for you refusing to tell us is because you're afraid of what we'll do when we find out. Whichever way you slice it, I believe that the game that's being played here is disrespectful to both the intelligent and the rights of Calaveras voters. And this is a sentiment that is rapidly growing. I'd really like not to believe that either of these things are true, but I can't figure out any other explanation. I'd rather not like to ride the line of potentially offending my government, but I'm at a loss for how to get an answer out of you, anybody. So how about this? Let's try this instead. Can you at least tell us why you're not answering the question? Why will no one talk about how you're going to pay for it? And please don't sweep this under the rug one more time. We're here. This is a study session to discuss explicitly this. It's been 2 months. I don't mean to be rude. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's not going anywhere, and I do not know why. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs, and I don't know that I'm going to say anything new, but I felt compelled to speak my mind. It seems that we're talking about a ban on commercial cultivation for recreational use. My concern is how that might flow over and impact medical marijuana. My concern involves continued support for study, research, and experimentation with the compounds involved in medical marijuana so that we may perfect and possibly develop improved medicines. I also have a concern about the money factor. General fund is hurting. Home care providers haven't had a pay raise since the minimum wage went up. And before that, it was 7 years. How is increased wages going to happen if we don't have any money in our general fund? And I've heard that marijuana is dirty money. All money's dirty. It has E. coli, it has listeria, it has staph, and it's dirty. You know what? I'll spend it at the store, I'll put it in my purse, and I'll take it wherever I need to go to spend it if I have an increase in my wages. Without an increase in the revenue in Calaveras County, I don't see how we can accomplish much of anything as far as improving our financial basis. We want to live with dignity. If we cannot pay our bills, we're not living in dignity. We're living on a promise and a lack of hope in our own future. So if you are considering the ban on commercial cultivation, please withhold the ban to include medical marijuana, the dispensaries which provide medical marijuana to the people that need the medicine, which is used now to alleviate pain, help nausea subside, increase appetite, induce sleep, and reduce stress and depression. And it has been sold in in pharmacies for a long time, and it's been called Marinol. And if you're under doctor's care for chemotherapy, that may be what you're prescribed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good evening, everyone. A couple of things I'd like to discuss this evening. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself to everybody. My name is Jason Campbell. I'm a completely registered and permitted farmer in District 5. As I recall, Supervisor Clapp, I remember you saying one time, there are no registered farms in your district. I'm here to tell you that is not true. Not just pending permit, completely permitted. We also heard of someone this evening speak about a unusable horse farm. And there's discussion of offensive odors. I don't understand why that's a contest. I can think of numerous offensive odors that I don't like. One of them, horse poop. Oleanders, I'm allergic to them. There's no ordinance about people planting fields of oleanders or barriers for their fence. We also heard about unusable, unsellable property. I'd also like to clarify that there is one property between me and said unusable, unsaleable property. The property in between the two of us just sold. Funny thing is, we both, me and this particular neighbor, bought our properties same year, 2011. I just so happen to know that these particular neighbors paid $250,000 for their house. I also happen to know they just received $519,000 for their house. Quick math will tell you that they over doubled their money with a permitted cannabis farm directly next door, disclosed to the new buyers. I'd also like to clarify that that's not a half-acre farm, it's a 9,900 square foot farm. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Good late evening, everyone. I would just like to answer Kaz's question that he asked directly to you, Mr. Mills. It's all been said here tonight by the financial advisor over here. You cannot afford a ban. It's been clearly stated by all you guys. You're dithering about, can't make a decision for 2 years now, or whatever it's been. It's ridiculous. We got ban, maybe, probably not, maybe not. You guys tell us, we all want to know, are we banning or not? Are we regulating or are we not? You know, answer both sides. It's ridiculous. There is no money. Prohibition is over. Globally, it's on the way. Nationally, it's on the way. It's over. Do the right thing. Protect everyone. Give them their money. Move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lewis, Calaveras cultivator. You ban it, I grow. You pass it, I pay. It's simple as that.
Thank you, sir.
Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. So I've got a study right here. This is a study, The Effects of Medical Marijuana Laws on Crime, Evidence from State Panel Data, 1990 to 2006. It was produced by Robert Morris et al. I'm going to quote from this study at length. The The central finding gleaned from the present study was that medical marijuana legislation is not predictive of higher crime rates and may be related to reductions in rates of homicide and assault. Interestingly, robbery and burglary rates were unaffected by medical marijuana legislation, which runs counter to the claim that dispensaries and grow houses lead to increase in victimization due to the amount of drugs and cash that are present. This is in line with prior research suggesting that medical marijuana dispensaries may actually reduce crime in the immediate vicinity. In sum, these findings run counter to the argument suggesting the legalization of marijuana for medical purposes poses a danger to public health in terms of exposure to violent crime and property crimes. To be sure, medical marijuana laws were not found to have a crime-exacerbating effect on any of the 7 crime types. On the contrary, our findings indicate that medical marijuana legislation precedes a reduction in homicides and assaults. This longitudinal assessment of medical marijuana laws on state crime rates suggests that these laws do not have a negative, i.e., crime-exacerbating impact on officially reported criminality during the years in which the laws are in effect. This study looked at 16 years of FBI penal data. From examining that 16 years of data, they clearly found that there was no correlation between the passage of medical marijuana laws, the allowance of medical marijuana operations in particular jurisdictions, and an increase in crime. This is a very important study. These are hard facts that have been borne out. They are FBI statistics looked at over a 16-year period of time, dating all the way back to 1990, before medical marijuana laws were passed. They looked at all of the data, found no association with medical marijuana and increased crime. Now, it is being considered right now with this ban to eliminate 10 to 12 positions out of the sheriff's office, to reduce the money in the budget by $2.3 million for an abatement program that is being looked at for 2017-2018. The elimination of those millions of dollars, the elimination of those deputies, that creates a very real risk to public safety. That exposes our citizens to crime. We need the board to enact regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jim Higgins. I'm a authorized legal grower here in Calaveras County. I've lived here since 1990, and I'm a Vietnam vet. I lost a lung over there, and if you want to talk about drugs that they threw at me, I'll tell you about it. And one thing that helped me get off of that, including the opioids, because I've also got quite a bit of damage in all my joints of my body. Marijuana has gotten me off of the opioids. I'm down to maybe 1 a day, during the day. I don't smoke during the day, just before I go to bed at night. And I am a grower, and the reason why I grow is because there's some good people out there like me that need it. It's something that we were taught was bad at one time, and they were wrong. You know, the government sells all these pharmaceuticals, all right? My government, and I'm the government, and I'm against it. Marijuana will take a lot of this stuff out of your family's cabinets, so that your friends and relatives don't come in and open them, and your children and their kids, and get into it. Marijuana is not going to be openly laid out in the house. It's going to be locked up. Mine is. And as far as people smoking marijuana, when I moved up here, I didn't smoke marijuana. It was my injuries that brought it on to get me, and it got me off these opioids. But one thing I can tell you, the people that I know up here, the majority of the people here smoke marijuana. And you know what? They're good people. There's nothing wrong with them. And this chance to finally get out of the bog, out of the mud, by growing and selling and paying I'm going to be in here this next week, and I'm going to pay my taxes. all right? You're gonna get that money. And if it keeps going, you're gonna get it from me every year, because I've always said, when I first started growing, when this proposition came out, I always said, you know, if we can figure out how to handle it and how to tax it and how to watch where it goes, I will do anything and everything. I will follow every rule in a book, and I have. And to my knowledge, I think everybody that's involved in this does. And I encourage them to be legal. And I encourage you guys to really think about it, because it's time to change. Okay, this old life that we've lived for, I don't know how many years, since the 70s or 60s. I don't know when it was illegal, when they illegalized it, you know, but it's over. They're all, you know, it's not a bad thing, you know, and we can't knock those people that are wanting to try to grow and improve their life and compare it and be knocked down by those people that were fortunate to make money and have what they have. You know, I don't know how they stole theirs, but I'm going to work for mine.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Mr. Bowerman?
I'm Bob Bowerman. Moved here about almost 17 years ago. It's my forever home. I'm the executive director for Calaveras County NORML, the National Organization Reforming Marijuana Laws, and that's what we're doing, trying to reform marijuana laws. What are we doing, though? I mean, what are we really doing? I think we're dividing our county even deeper. We're creating a whole lot of hatred that doesn't belong here, and we're not even looking at the solutions. We're looking at impossible tasks like banning. That doesn't work. I think most people know that. One of the questions that keeps coming up is, how are you going to pay for it? We've been hearing that for a couple of months. I got that. But Dennis, you answered that just a little while ago. I was sitting out here, and you actually gave us the answer. What you said was the burden of the paying for this, the burden goes to those who benefit. Okay, in English, that's the taxpayers. You're going to raise taxes to pay for the ban. That's your plan, isn't it? I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Brad Wolfman, District 1. Tonight we talked about if there was a ban put into place, that we would have to go back and put our properties back into the condition it was prior to us being given permits for cultivation. This is the first that I'm hearing about that. Again, I'm no big city lawyer or anything, but I got one on retainer, and I will be phoning him tomorrow, and I'm going to find out how legal that is. My worry here is that the county's going to open itself up for legal liability. I don't want to see that happen. I love my county. I love my community. I don't want to see it go bankrupt. I think with talk like that, I'll find out tomorrow when I speak with my lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to end up leaving yourselves open for a lot of legal liability unnecessarily. And I'd also like to hear your answer, Mr. Mills, on how you plan on funding a ban. You've been talking about it for months now, and you've yet to give an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers?
Susan Morse, District 4. I just have a question. What's the difference between being holden to a drug or its money? Do we really want to run Calaveras County on drug money? That's my question, my comment.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jessica Clofine. I'm from Valley Springs area. I'm a mother. I'm a business owner. I moved to this county because I came from a small town, and I wanted to raise my kids in a small town. And my kids go to school in San Andreas because the schools in Valley Springs are not very good. There's no accelerated program for my son. I hear a lot of this whole, the board, the voters, everybody's very split, and it's the hard job that you guys have, and I sat through the urgency ordinance and saw the hard work that was done. It was really a huge compromise. There's a lot of people to please, and a lot of different points and views and opinions. And that's the purpose of us being here, is to please everybody, is to compromise and come up with something that is satisfactory for the whole community. I definitely, I would love to know how a ban is going to be supported. I'm a cultivator. I'm cooperating in the way that has been asked, and I've gone above and beyond in asking what more can be done. I would hate to then be turned around into somebody who's then more money is going to have to be spent to eradicate me if necessary. I know that if I can't be a cultivator, a cannabis cultivator, that I'm not going to just get up and run out of this county. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to grow a family, and I'm here to be and support my community. And that's what I want, and I want to feel like the board wants the same. I want to feel like the board wants to support the community. And when I hear people wanting to support something that is only going to cost us more money and rid people that are trying to cooperate and trying to comply and trying to make this county better, I want money. I would love for my son to go to school right down the way. I would love for those class sizes to get down. I would love for our schools and parks to be fixed or even created where there are none. And despite where the money comes from, the money will be coming from legal grows. The money will be coming from people that are regulated and are in compliance. And it's needed. It's really needed. And I'm a very, not black and white, but I'm very plausible. And I like to know how things are going to be done, and I like logistics. And I just don't see very clear logistics of how a ban would work positively for anyone. A lot of the problems that we're seeing are not from registered grows, are not from these grows. I'd love to see the problems that the registered grows are, because seem like those are the problems that we'll actually have to face once regulation happens, once we have control of the issue and we can really all benefit from it. So, every voter here has an equal vote, has an equal voice, and I hope that you guys hear them all and take them all into account. And when everybody's standing up saying that this is an agricultural commodity industry that they want to put taxes towards, then that's something that we need to utilize.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian Seichu, District 1. There are no opinions here, just facts and evidence. We have reviewed the County Controller Measure B Financial Impact Analysis draft, County Budget Mid-Year Review, University of the Pacific Economic Impact Study, Ag and Tourism official performance data utilized as a benchmark against the UOP study. You can find the official report on the county website or pick up a copy from the Ag Department on St. Charles Street. And we have also looked into the county departments and overall financial management and transparency issues. Is this enough to answer your questions on facts and evidence? If you want to look outside California, let's look at Colorado and all the other states that have legalized. Crime is down, youth consumption is down, and financial capabilities are way up. And also, the black market is going down too, of course. However, the downsizing speed, of course, is dependent on many factors, including how many jurisdictions ban or regulate, and most importantly, how high or fair the level of taxation is. California, and as a matter of fact, Calaveras with the urgency ordinance, are not making the same mistakes. The elimination of the black market does not happen overnight, like any other substantial piece of collective change. We do not know your level of experience with complex change, gentlemen. But with 20 plus years of global corporate change, I actually know what it takes. That is a fact. Do you think the alcohol black market disappeared overnight in the 1930s? In fact, still today, a degree of alcohol and tobacco black market still exists around the world. Again, a reflection of excessive taxation, for example. That is why we are also proposing to introduce a strict track and trace compliance system, which is typically used in drugs and vaccinations, medical, tobacco, and etc., to exactly prevent and sanction black market diversion. Please go and read MacArthur, another fact. History and global knowledge are facts, gentlemen. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? One time at the mic, folks. You've already spoken, Bill. She spoke during let's clear this up to make sure. She spoke at public comments at the opening of the meeting, which she's entitled to, and now we're speaking on the agenda item. You can only speak one time on the agenda item and one time at public speaking. Is that understood? Thank you. Proceed,
Okay.
sir.
Good evening, Rick Torgerson. I live up in West Point. You know, I have not spoken to you guys before. Well, actually, I think I did once, but it was very early on. There are so many details to this issue. And, you know, we have people standing up here talking about morality. And, you know, I really think the morality morality argument is over. Either you approve of growing and you approve of using it, or for medical or whatever, or you don't. But people don't get to dictate morality to others. You get to dictate morality to yourself, okay? So, and I think there's a lot of emotion going on here, and I think you guys, it's your duty to separate emotion from pragmatism. And there are some very important decisions that you need to make, and I hope you're not making them based on emotions that are here. You need to make it on pragmatism for this county and for all the residents of this county. We have ban proponents out there that are making broad, general statements that are not true and that cannot be substantiated. And if you guys accept those statements, then you are doing a disservice to everybody in this county. So you better, I recommend that you guys have some sort of process where we can have a formal debate on things like this, where people can hear truth, not just opinion, and not just broad statements that can't be substantiated. Have a debate, have Harvard debate rules, have Robert's Rules of Order. People who tell lies or who don't tell the truth, they are exposed. And that would be for benefit for this whole county. Let's see, so some examples I've heard. Everyone in my district wants a ban. How can that possibly be true? How can anybody possibly substantiate that statement? All the teachers in this county are having increased problems. What teachers? What problems? Come on. We had someone who's in this room come and give a presentation in West Point last week. Oh, okay, you can come to this meeting, but it's a private meeting. You can only ask questions based on what I'm presenting. And then I said, where were you a couple years ago when we had a huge meth problem here? And I have 37 seconds. This is a very important point. I said, if a ban takes place, we're going to have all these cool people that have moved in, that have formed a new community, gone. We're going to have property values go down, and we're going to have the meth people come back. They're going to squat in houses, they're going to steal things. I said to this person who gave the presentation, what are you going to do about that? Oh, I don't care about meth. Really? Meth is one of the biggest problems in this county, and here we're talking about this. Nobody's talking about meth here. So I have a lot more to say. I'm going to have to say it another time, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers?
Good evening, Board. I just want to answer the woman's question about if we want this county to be run on drug money. I just want to state that the state of California is going to be regulating cannabis as agricultural commodity from the the Food and Drug Administration will be regulating this, so it will be agricultural commodity. So this isn't a drug we're talking about here. Just want to get that straight. And also, I don't know if we remember the economic impact report that was studied and released in February. And it talked about cannabis being over 20% of the industry here in Calaveras County. It said last year it produced $251.5 million in sales and provided 2,605 jobs and $148.4 million in labor income. So this county is run by cannabis, not by drugs, but it is run by cannabis. It's the next highest industry is the hospitality industry, according to this report. which was $167.5 million and 1,955 jobs, which was nearly 1/3 less than the cannabis industry. I just wanted to point that out and make that clear. And on my last minute and a half, I'm hoping you can still answer that question of how we are going to fund a ban here in Calaveras County. Maybe you can touch up on that in the next minute and 20 seconds while I stand here. We've tried to answer other speakers' questions, and it was kind of scoffed at when you asked if anybody had any answers. So I figured maybe we can try to answer this one, if there was one. Mr. Mills?
I have no suggestion, Mr. Mills. No, we're talking about the agenda item.
This is a study session. We're trying to figure this out.
You can ask questions and answer questions during the agenda item.
Is there an answer to this question? It's not by taxes, you said, so do we have another answer?
We'll discuss it at the end.
Okay, so that's going to be discussed tonight, how we're going to fund the ban? Is that what you're saying?
Discuss it at the end.
At the end of tonight's meeting? After public comment?